Testing 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
Falmouth Community Television's coverage of town meeting is sponsored by the following corporate underwriters. The Steamship Authority is a proud partner in many Falmouth community events, including town meeting coverage. And for good reason. Not only do we have a terminal and offices here, about 1/3 of our employees call Falmouth their home. We always work hard to serve our neighbors, friends, and the traveling public. We recently put 7 new electric buses into service at our Falmouth parking lots. Soon we'll be adding new vessels to our fleet, continuing work on our energy-efficient Woods Hole terminal buildings, and adding solar panels at our largest parking lot. At the Steamship Authority, we're serving the islands. And you.
Welcome to the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce.
The Falmouth Chamber is dedicated to working on behalf of our members to make Falmouth a better place to live, work, and conduct business. We are committed to developing the economic, cultural, educational, and civic interests of our community and welcome the support from all organizations to achieve our combined goals. Whether you call Falmouth home, are a summer resident, or a visitor, we hope you take advantage of all that the Chamber has to offer.
Hi, I'm Bob from Crane Appliance. Since 1983, as a family-owned company, our goal has been simple: to give our neighbors of the Cape and Islands a great shopping experience. Rest easy knowing our professional team will listen to your needs and help you pick out the perfect appliances. We'll take care of everything throughout the sale, delivery, and installation process. And we even have our own in-house service department. Crane Appliance, we call the Cape and Islands home.
Carlson Printing for all your printing needs. 508-548-7303 or toll free at 1-800-696-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@aol.com. Carlson Printing for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by MegaNet Communications. MegaNet offers a wide array of internet services including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server colocation, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their #1 goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
Additional funding and support provided by the following corporate sponsors. Francisco Tavares Incorporated is proud to be celebrating 70 years providing both residential and commercial landscaping. From landscape construction, maintenance to site work for over 70 years, our professional crews deliver a full range of landscaping, masonry, and yard enhancing programs. 508-548-0911. The attorneys at Oppenheim & Nickerson, LLP, have provided legal services in Falmouth for over 36 years. We advocate for our clients and work to provide quality representation in the areas of business and corporate law, real estate law, estate planning, and estate administration. 508-548-8255. Hamilton Tree and Landscape has been proudly serving Falmouth and the Upper Cape since 1978. Our newest location on Route 151 is now open for all landscaping and tree concerns. Appreciating your property is our motto as we continue to keep your tree and landscaping needs our top priority. At A&A Paving, we believe in providing customers with quality products supported by excellent service. We provide commercial and residential seal coating, asphalt paving, and repair services for Cape Cod and southeastern Mass. A&A Paving, 508-540-4944. Liam McGuire's Irish Pub. With a newly renovated dining room, it's what an Irish pub should be. Main Street, downtown Falmouth.
Eastman's has been Falmouth's hardware store since 1913. With a newly added retail space providing kitchen accessory and gourmet foods, our friendly staff is available to assist you with your hardware and kitchen needs. 508-548-0407.
Carpet Barn, Carpet One Home Showcase, a local family-owned business offering all your premier carpet and flooring needs. They also feature tile and vinyl floors, area rugs, window treatments, and kitchen and bathroom cabinetry, serving you at 4 convenient locations.
FCTV is also supported by the following businesses and organizations: Main Street Gallery, Fine Arts and Real Estate, 189 Main Street. Dogs and Hogs, 781 Main Street. Smoked turkey orders available, tailgate options and more, ample parking in back. Grassi Septic Solutions, 508-548-7500. J. Miller Picture Framer, 681 Falmouth Road, 508-539-3888. The Annie Hart Cool Team, Sotheby's International Realty, 508-868-0664. Dalpy Excavation Incorporated, 508-548-9788. info@dalpyexcavation.com. Village Lamp and Repair Shop, 508-274-2057. Every lighthouse needs a keeper. friendsofnobscot.org. Martha's Vineyard Bank, 84 Main Street and 397 Palmer Avenue, Falmouth, 2 Water Street, Woods Hole, 508-627-4266. Barrett Plumbing and Heating, 10 Edgerton Drive, North Falmouth, 508-495-3525. The Falmouth EDIC, falmouthedic.org, 508-548-7440. Partners Technology, bringing people and technology together, 781-930-5000. McCoy Congregational Church, 15 Parsons Lane, McCoy, 508-548-5269. Soares Flower Garden Nursery, 508-548-5288. M. Duffney Builders, 508-540-3625. Neighborhood Falmouth, helping seniors age in place, currently looking for volunteers. Danny's Barbershop, 508-548-6013. David Rogers Electric, 508-274-2057. Murray and McDonald Insurance, 800-800-8990. Chapman Funerals and Cremations, 508-540-4172. Hanush Jewelers, 352 Main Street.
Okay, all town meeting members, please come forward and take your seats.
9107.
Members of the public and non-town meeting members
Mahoney's
should
Garden
be
Center,
up in the
508-548-4842.
balcony. We do have a microphone in the balcony for those that wish to speak.
The Cape Cod 5.
Make sure all town meeting members that you've checked in and that you have your electronic voting device.
5252. Steve's Pizzeria and More, 374 Main Street, Falmouth, 457-9454. Additional support provided by
I want to remind all
Roach
town meeting
Brothers,
members this evening,
Stop and Shop,
each time you speak,
and
to
Windfall
identify
Market.
yourself by name and precinct for the record. Thank our stenographer, Carol Tinkham. We're being broadcast live on FCTV. That also helps identify you for the members of the public watching on television. All non-town meeting members, again, should be up in the balcony, and we do have microphones up there for you to speak. We will have a break right around 9 o'clock this evening. There is coffee and cookies down in the cafeteria. We're back to department. Also have Brian Baru back tonight, first time since so microphone carriers this evening, L. Francis and Jake Riley. So this evening, we will not be using a blanket vote. It's a 20-article warrant, and we've got quite a few committee reports at the start, so once we convene the meeting, we're actually just going to start right with Article 1 and go article by article. I think that will save us some unnecessary time on a blanket with the short warrant. There's a very good chance that by 11, or maybe a little after 11, that we could potentially get through all 20 of these articles. And I'm going to say that up front so that when you're getting ready to get up and speak, you can think about how long you want to speak, how many times you want to speak, if you've already heard somebody say what you want to say 3 or 4 times. But this is a very doable town meeting in one night with 20 articles and some big issues on this warrant, no doubt, but there's some small issues as well that we can just put the motion on the floor and move forward. So, coming to the hour at 7 o'clock, I'll ask that we open up a quorum call. All town meeting members present, please press 1A on your electronic voting device to establish the quorum. Remember, we redid the slides at the last town meeting. You are now in alphabetical order. It's not broken off by precinct. So it'll be a little bit easier to find your name and identify whether or not you have voted. All town meeting members present, please press 1A for the establishment of a quorum. By a counted vote of 186 members, we have a quorum, and I call this annual town meeting into session. All present, please rise for the presentation of the colors by the Brian Boru Pipe Band and Sea Scout Ship 40. At this time, please follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, I'll recognize Emily Newell from Sea Scout Ship 40 for our invocation. And Emily, just this weekend, received the highest honor in Sea Scouts, called the rank of Quartermaster, which is equivalent to the Eagle Scout in the Boy Scouts of America or the Gold Star in the Girl Scouts. So Emily, congratulations on being Falmouth's newest Quartermaster.
O God, creator of us all, we ask your blessing on this town meeting. Let each one of us here this evening recognize our differences and our similarities. Let us listen to each other thoughtfully and guide us to vote on the issues before us with an open mind. We ask you to watch over our words and our debates so that the result of our meeting will be beneficial to all. Amen.
Amen. At this time, we'll have the Brian Boru Pipe Band play Amazing Grace in honor of those that have passed since our last meeting. Colors post. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sea Scouts from Sea Scout Ship 40 and Brian Boru Pipe Band. Okay, the first order of business will be swearing in of our new town meeting members that got elected in the May election. Mr. Clerk, for the swearing in of the members.
Will the following people please stand? Elizabeth Abrams, Andrew Aston, Stephen Baker, Raylene Bandini, Robert Boatner, Jeffrey Bodier, Laura Rob Brothers, Ken Busler, Linda Collins, Peter Cook, Cyril Dawson, Winifred Dick, Henry DiGiorgio, Thomas Dinez, Robert Donahue, J. Malcolm Donald, Paul Dreyer, Todd Duffany, Harriet Dugan, Ann Estes, Margaret Fennell, Kenneth Foreman, Lillian Franton, Melissa Freitag, Thomas Garrett Otti, James Grady, Megan Hollowat, Ralph Herbst, Karen Halen, Edward Pride, Stephen Rafferty, Ray Rowitz, C. Diane Slater, David Slater, Deborah Scanlon, Gary Schneider, Keith Schwagel, Angela Scott Price, Susan Shepard, Deborah Siegel, Grace Simpkins, Margaret Souza, Michael Stone, Charles Swain, Gail Sylvia, Margaret Suplant, Todd Taylor, Tracy Waggett, David Welch, Eula Welch, John Waterbury, Kelly Welch, Sherry White, Linda Whitehead, Robert Wilbur, Pamela Wolf Shoemaker, Francis Wycheck, Stephanie Hoffer, Diane Euban, Rachel Jacoby, Elaine Jensen, Catherine Jewett, Kara Jones, Laura Jordan, Paul Canelopoulos, Paul Cap, George Lawrence, Lawrence LeBeau, Mary Littles, Sean Lucy, Christopher Lumping, Herbert Luther, Thomas Moakley, Carol Murphy, Ahmed Musfer, John Netto, Catherine Offinger, Megan Palanza, Foster Palmer, Cindy Papa, Samuel Patterson, R. Mark Peterson, Tyron Peterson, Eric Peterson, Stephen Feeney, Vincent Pise, and Andre Price. You can all stand and raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will faithfully perform my duties as a town meeting member according to the best of my ability and agreeable to the laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the bylaws of the town of Falmouth. So help me God. Congratulations.
At this time, I'd like to start with the dispensing of the reading of the warrant, except for the officer's return. Madam Chair, for the main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move to dispense with the reading of the warrant, except for the officer's return.
You've all heard the main motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Mr. Clerk, that I ask that the warrant become an official part of the record for the meeting. At this time, I'll read the officer's return of the warrant. By virtue of this warrant, I have this day notified and summoned the inhabitants of the town of Falmouth qualified to vote on town affairs as said warrant directs by posting an attested copy thereof in Town Hall and in every precinct in the town, signed by Constable Ronald Braga. At this time, the chair would entertain a motion for town employees who are not residents of the town the right to speak on any issue before the meeting. So moved. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. At this time, I recognize the planning board for a notification of public hearing.
Mr. Moderator, town meeting members, my name is Paul Dreyer. I'm a meeting member of Precinct 2 and clerk of the Planning Board. I'd like to read a statement on behalf of the Planning Board. In accordance with Chapter 40A, Section 5, Massachusetts General Law, and Section 240.1.1d of the Falmouth Zoning Bylaw, public hearings were held on September 12, 2023 and September 26, 2023 for Articles 9 and 10. In addition, on October 10th, 2023 and October 24th, 2023 for Article 15 for the November 2023 annual town meeting. And all those who wish to speak were heard. As required, a report is hereby submitted with the Planning Board's final language and recommendations.
Thank you. I want to recognize a couple of new town officials that we have up on the stage tonight. We have our new town manager, Mike Renshaw. Mike. Our new member of the Select Board, Robert Muscali. And down here in the front row, we have our new police chief, Jeff Laurie. Okay, Article 1, to choose necessary office. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 1 as recommended.
As recommended, this is to choose members of the Finance Committee. We're in the fall, so we don't have a regular full slate, but we do have 2 open positions. Before I put the nominations out, I'd like to thank Nick Lowell and Deb McGuire for their many years of service on our Town Finance Committee. And based on recommendations of the nominating committee, I have an unexpired term ending in 2025 in nomination Russell Murphy, and an unexpired term for 2026, our former chair of the Finance Committee, Wendy Vogel. Are there any further nominations from the floor? Hearing none, the question will come on closing nominations. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. All those in favor of the slate as presented, Russell Murphy for a term until 2025, and Wendy Vogel for a term until 2026, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 2, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 2 as recommended.
Article 2 as recommended. This is to hear reports from town committees and officers. We're going to start with the Water Quality Management Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would request that I be allowed up to 8 minutes. I'm sure I will finish well before that, but I will go a little over the 5.
Okay, we have a request for 8 minutes for the Water Quality Management Committee rather than the 5. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it by the 2/3, I so declare.
Thank you to all of the town meeting members for this opportunity to speak before you as to what the Water Quality Management Committee has been doing and what they intend to do going forward. We are an advisory board to the selectmen. Oh, went a little too fast. Okay, which way do I want to go? So, the committee's been in place for over 20 years, and during that time we've evaluated many projects and many alternatives by the Water Quality Committee. They're all intended to reduce sewer, to reduce the amount of nitrogen flowing to our estuaries. All of the work for the last 20-plus years has been done on a voluntary basis by the town, by the committee members, and by this august body supporting different articles that have come before them. And they're all intended to reduce the nitrogen loading to our 14 estuaries, the most number of estuaries of any community on the Cape. During that time, a number of alternatives have been evaluated. Shellfish demonstration projects, the marine folks have looking to advance that forward. That's successful. Permeable reactive barriers, we did piloting work, we've demonstrated how they work. They have very limited application, but we keep looking for locations to utilize them. Inlet widening, we've had a multi-year project to open the inlet to Bourne's Pond from 50 feet to 90 feet, reducing the need to sewer over 300 homes. That project is well deep into the permitting phase, and I expect at this time next year it will be under construction. We looked at harvesting aquatic vegetation in Mill Pond. That did not show any promise. We did not pursue it further. We've looked at fertilizer controls, and we are carefully watching what some of our downstream Cape neighbors are doing in terms of home rule petitions around the issue of controlling fertilizer. And lastly, we spent some time and effort looking at composting toilet, and that didn't go as far as many people wanted, but we did give a good look at it. So, the rules of the game have changed. In 2023, as many of you know, the DEP issued regulations that now mandate the creation and implementation of watershed plans. No longer will it just be entirely up to Falmouth what we do and how we do it and when we do it. We have to come up with a plan for each of the 14 estuaries, and that will occur over the next couple of years. But once that plan is prepared and submitted for each estuary and approved by the DEP, we are bound to that plan or we will face enforcement. So, the Water Quality Management Committee's current initiatives are focused on achieving compliance with the DEP's mandates. The committee works together with the Board of Health and the DPW wastewater superintendent to be creating these plans, and also at the same time to develop a 10-year concept plan. Most of you, if not all of you, walking in received a abbreviated version of that 10-year plan showing how the different projects are related. The key elements of the conceptual plan that we're working with are doing the Great Pond Phase 1 area sewer expansion. That is the Article 6 that will be before you tonight. We are working on outfall planning and permitting and construction. That will be a portion of funding coming out of Article 3. We're working on the development of 14 watershed plans in terms of scope and elements. We're also working diligently on obtaining DEP approval for IA, for urine diversion as an IA element. We're going to take a minute or two just to talk about outfall permitting. There's been a lot of talk about it. First off, we do not have an outfall. We do not have a permit, but we are working on it. Massachusetts prohibited outfalls for a number of years. The rule prohibiting it was amended. Our effluent is clean enough to get an outfall, but nobody's done it, so we are breaking new ground. So we began gathering the needed scientific data for this back in 2020. That data collection will last through to 2026. A big element here is to take marine borings at the selected outfall location. That is currently scheduled for the fall of 2024. We hope to be able to have everything together and submit an application for the outfall in accordance with the National Pollution Discharge Permit requirements by 2026. Ties together with getting all the scientific data in place. And based upon what we've seen in other locations, other permits we've chased down for things like the Bourne Pond inlet widening and whatnot, we're allowing 2 years to get through the regulatory approval process. By 2028, we expect to have approval to put an outfall in, at which point we will come to you for money to design and construct it. We are allowing 3 years for that process. I note that the distance from the wastewater treatment plant to the outfall location will take 3 years to construct. And that's based upon my experience putting a 16-inch water main in down through the main part of town and how long it took to do that. So, what have we done since 2020? Well, we contracted with the folks at Hui, utilizing their detailed hydrodynamic modeling, and we looked at multiple locations, both in Buzzards Bay and Vineyard Sound, varying distances off of the shore to see where we got the best dispersion at a number of these locations. Anybody wants to get into the details of it, that report is on our webpage. It's very lengthy, very detailed, and if you have a good scientific interest, it's actually pretty good reading. We came to the fact that the preferred location for the outfall will be off of Kite Park. Primarily, it's because it's the closest distance to shore that we could get the outfall in place. There's a typo up here. It's 2,300 feet, not 2,600 feet. I apologize for that. We conducted an eelgrass survey in 2022. We will have to replicate that at least once, if not twice again. But that helped to define, as you can see, that green line where the eelgrass is. The outfall doesn't need to get out to 2,300 feet for the dispersion from the modeling, but we have to get out that far to get past the eelgrass. So that's how we chose that thing. We had a water quality buoy out there for a while. I have not seen any data from it yet, but we're going to be getting DO and other things. And the other thing is the macrogeological data as to how the cape is formed and the moraine exists. I like to say to people, if you go up Gifford Street, it's all sand pits. If you go up Route 28A, it's rock and boulders. So we believe this is a prime location, but the marine borings will confirm that. So, where are we at? We're in the midst of contracting with the USGS to evaluate the impact of the outfall on water supply, with results expected in late 2024 and a detailed report in early 2025. This is the next big key hurdle to get through to ensure that we are not impacting our water supply by putting an outfall in. With that data in hand, we will then release the marine borings along the outfall alignment in the fall of 2024, past the time when eelgrass goes dormant. We need to develop a minimum 2-year data set for a number of things, as well as do some other studies on like where sediments transport. But the big ones are the eelgrass coverage, years of water quality baseline data, benthic conditions, and finfish resources. And in order to achieve an application that we have a high degree of assurance will get approved, we're going to spend much of the next 2 years tracking down and meeting and conferring with the permitting agencies to ensure that the work we're gathering, the data we're getting meets what they will need to see in order to permit this. We had a call, and I'm going to defer to Amy momentarily. Was it 3 or 4 months ago, Amy? And we had 20 people from various agencies on the line to bring them to the attention that we're pursuing this and give them an early heads up, and we're going to circle back to them. And lastly, if I can, the Water Quality Management Committee has been seriously engaged in the concept of urine diversion since well past early May of this year when we met with the SMAS Center to get a proposal from them. The objective from the Water Quality Management Committee standpoint is to obtain DEP general use approval for urine diversion as an approved IA system with measurable nitrogen credits. This would create an additional alternative for homeowners, not in a sewer area, but within the zone that must upgrade to IA systems through the watershed plans to achieve the watershed plan. To get general use approval, you need a minimum of 50 pilot locations, and you have to have 3 years of continuous data from each of those pilot locations. So we have entertained and are evaluating a proposal for 75 homes over 4 years because we know not everyone will stay into the program once it gets going. The Water Quality Management Committee supports a well-designed and objectively evaluated pilot project for urine diversion. The Water Quality Management Committee will do their duty, will review proposals, and will make recommendations on funding to the Select Board before the spring 2024 town meeting. With that, I thank you for the time that you've given me to talk to you tonight. I am Stephen Rafferty. The other members of the committee are Steve Layton, Tom Duncan, John Waterbury, Kenneth Foreman, Ed Jalowick, and Jordan Mora, a range of scientific and financial and technical expertise. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next up, I have the Municipal Light Board.
Yeah, good evening. I'm Jim Newman, Precinct 1, and I am a member of the board of the Falmouth Municipal Light Board. That's the municipal light plant that the town meeting approved last year. Our goal is to create, good. Our goal is to create high-quality fiber broadband available to everyone in Falmouth at a cost that's affordable for everyone. We are building on the work of FalmouthNet, which is a name you're all probably familiar with. That was the nonprofit that started this push for a town-wide fiber network. The big difference is that we are a municipal light plant board created by town meeting. We're working with several likely industry partners who could build and operate a municipal network. We're in the process of hiring a manager to complete our business model. And today we heard we got a digital equity grant that will help us evaluate Falmouth's needs, particularly with respect to lower income residents. And I'm not going to go through this. This is our last slide. This is a high-level summary of models for financing and ownership of a fiber network in Falmouth. We did pass out these slides to everyone. Hopefully you got it, and you can go through this in detail if you're interested. There are promising possibilities for a regional collaborative, in addition to what's on here. Bourne, Sandwich, and Mashpee have all expressed interest in working with us on a regional approach, which could be very exciting. And our current priority is to generate a business plan that can get town meeting support and lead us to a first-rate municipal network. Please stay tuned. We'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Library Board of Trustees.
I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. I'm Judy Fenwick, currently chair of the Board of Library Trustees and a member of Precinct 1. The goal of my report is to set the stage for a request that will come to town meeting in April 2024 from the Board of Library Trustees. The board has started the process of applying for a grant from the Massachusetts Public Library Construction Program to renovate the East Falmouth Branch Library. So far, the board has submitted a letter of intent in April of this year to the construction program. That letter was signed by me as chair, by Nancy Taylor as select board chair, and by then library director Linda Collins. So I'm going to do a little aside here. Linda retired in September after 11 years at the library, 5 years as assistant director and the past 6 years as the director. She's here tonight in one of her other community roles as a town meeting member from Precinct 7. Her precinct recently re-elected her to serve another term until 2026. Thank you, Linda, for a strong finish of 11 years of service. And I am glad that you will be sticking around to continue to support the library at town meeting. Back to some dates I would like you to remember. As they say, dates on the calendar are closer than they appear. To remind you, our letter of intent was submitted in April of this year, with the full application due next May 31st, 2024. In the meantime, the board has engaged a building sciences and engineering firm to perform a condition assessment for the library branch, and we will have a final report from that firm in January of 2024. At next April's town meeting, the board will come with a request for what I will call a promissory note. If the application that we are submitting in May is awarded in the fall of 2024, the first part of that award will be for a planning and design study. The state construction program will chip in $150,000 toward that study and is looking for the town to contribute that amount as well. So that's the promissory note from next April's town meeting that will be submitted by way of minutes of the meeting vote with our application in May and the building condition assessment as well. This will show the town's support for the East Falmouth Branch project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have the Solid Waste Advisory Committee.
Okay, one of these is the, oh, there we go. Hi, I'm Alan Robinson and Chair of the Solid Waste Advisory Committee. I'm very happy to be here this evening.
You're hitting too many buttons.
Even happier when I get this slide. Note by way the yellow highlight there. Yes. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you, Peter.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Peter. Easier said than done. Easier, yes. Oh, it's not me. Okay, thanks. It's been actually, I think, a great year for solid waste management in Falmouth. A number of things have been accomplished, and these aren't accomplishments per se of the Solid Waste Advisory Committee. These are accomplishments of the town of Falmouth. And the one I'd like to call out and talk about briefly is, I think, the most exciting one, and that's the schools, the Falmouth schools, initiating cafeteria food waste separation and composting. They started at Mullen Hall in September, and their intention is to move out to the rest of the schools during this school year. It's really the beginning of something in Falmouth. We've got hundreds of children who are doing this in school, and I guess hopefully they're talking to their parents, and their parents are asking questions. And there's an opportunity to bring food waste separation and composting beyond our schools and beyond those individuals who are already doing it and grow this in Falmouth and really starting it with the schools. So we really want to express our appreciation to Lori Dorr, the superintendent, and the staff that's involved at Mullen Hall and the staff that will be involved in the other schools. Peter? So I'm going to warm you up a little bit for this evening because you'll be casting a lot of votes. So I've got a questionnaire to get you started. We'll just do this with hands, but we've got some questions and we'd like to learn from you to help us move forward with our work. Recycling cart program. A question for you. Is the town of Falmouth better off by having implemented the town-issued 96-gallon recycling cart program that you all approved 2 years ago tonight? Can I have a show of hands of yes, we're better off by having implemented this program? A lot of hands. Are there any no's? Excellent, and congratulations to the Department of Public Works for this program. The next question, should the town give serious consideration to implementing a similar program for trash carts? Show of hands, yes. Please put your hands up. A great many. Any no's? Oh, and you don't, third, if you don't care, one way or another? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, we're doing this very simply and quickly. It just yes or no. But I think we can move on to the next question because we got a lot of positive votes and we got some negatives too. 3, is your understanding of what is and is not recyclable curbside greater today than it was a year ago? But if you show yes, great. Any no's? Okay. Any just the same as it was, same as it was before? Okay. Great. Thanks. 4, have you visited the Pick of the Litter swap shop at the DPW's Thomas Landers Road Waste Management Facility in the past 12 months or so? Put your hands up, yes? Okay. No's? Okay, I'd say that's okay. We want everybody to be honest. If everyone was there, there'd be no parking spaces available for all you people because it's really successful. They've increased year over year to date. It's a 50% increase, 57% increase in patronage, and will probably exceed 10,000 visitors this year. It's really just a really changed program run by a group of amazing volunteers, the Pick Chicks. And the last question, do you regularly compost food kitchen scraps either in your backyard by dropping off at the waste management facility or using a private collection service? Put your hands up if yes. Great, I'd say that's maybe 35% or so. No? Okay, thank you very much for that guidance to us on where we are as a community. Thank you. Spotlight on 2024. 3 primary elements. Building community interest and participation in food waste separation and composting, a term that a member of our community in an email to Mary Reither, the town's recycling and solid waste coordinator, suggested we call it food scrap recycling. And I think maybe that's a term we will use moving forward. Second is partner with Barnstable County government, the other Upper Cape communities, and perhaps the private sector to identify a location for and to begin the process leading to development of a viable regional food waste composting facility. And third, to reach and engage the entire community with our messaging. We have a request, and this is a request we've made at town meeting before, we've made at select board meetings, and we will continue to make through to the April 2024 town meeting. And that is that the town include and approve a fiscal year 2025 town operating budget line item to make the recycling and solid waste management coordinator position full-time from its currently just 19 hours per week, which is not nearly enough time to deal with the things that need to be dealt with, at a grade level and grade salary level commensurate with the actual responsibilities of the position. And second, to authorize DPW to develop an integrated solid waste management plan, which to do that requires a full-time recycling and solid waste coordinator. I very much thank you for your time and wish you a very good town meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have the Plastics Reduction Advisory Committee.
Wait a minute here. Peter, right here. Got it. Okay. Excellent. There we go. Hi, everyone. I'm Amy Roth. I'm the chair of the Falmouth Plastics Reduction Advisory Committee. And just a quick review, you all heard an article, a petitioner's article at spring meeting centered around banning the use of single-use plastics at food establishments in Falmouth. That article was amended. You directed the select board to appoint a committee on this topic. And we are that committee working to develop some regulations. So I just thought we'd give you a quick update. Our committee members are listed there. We have the original petitioner, Phil Gesson, members of Board of Health, Solid Waste Advisory Committee, a couple of folks representing environmental voices in town, and then a couple of folks representing those who would be regulated food establishments. We've also been lucky enough to have Scott McGann, our health agent, join us for most of our meetings. He'll ultimately be responsible for enforcing any regulations that we pass.
I'm not going to read this. This was the charge that we were given as a committee. The guts of it are kind of highlighted in red there: reduce, eliminate disposable plastic containers at food establishments. It's trickier than you might think. Most of us immediately, our thoughts go to takeout containers at restaurants, but food establishments is extremely broad. It's anyone that's dealing with prepared foods in town. So it includes not just restaurants, but your deli meat, salads that you might pick up and take to go, rotisserie chicken, bakeries, cheese that gets sliced for you. It's very, very broad. So it makes it a little tricky to think about a one-size-fits-all solution. 2 ways to tackle disposable plastic. The first is to focus on disposable. This is the first and best way to move from disposable to reusable, full circular economy approach. That's pretty straightforward when you're looking at dine-in eating. It gets really tricky when the food is leaving the establishment. Unless you have a vendor in town that can provide a service, it makes it very hard to mandate that restaurants go to a reusable to-go container. Second way to tackle it is to move from plastic to non-plastic. This is where our focus is. There obviously a real frontline decision or choice when moving away from plastic is to go to compostable materials. That's what we're looking to do. There are some challenges with compostable materials, especially for us right now where we are in Falmouth. The number one being that we don't have municipal composting and we don't have a Cape-based composting facility. So unfortunately, a lot of, if we make this transition or when we make it, things that are plastic and going into recycling right now will go to non-plastic alternatives that go into the trash. Ideally, they would go into a composting bin so we could capture those resources. But for now, without municipal composting, they would go into trash. Some of the other challenges in making this transition is recognizing that there's not a viable alternative for all applications. Things that only need to go into a container for a couple hours, pretty straightforward, but if it needs to sit on a shelf for up to 7 days, it gets a lot harder to choose a compostable option. We've also found, because we've been lucky enough to have 2 members of the restaurant community in our committee, they've spent a lot of time contacting their vendors, asking for compostable alternatives or non-plastic alternatives. They're constantly given what are called plant-based plastics, or PLAs, number 7 plastics. Those, although they are compostable, they are only compostable in an industrial facility. If they don't go to an industrial facility, they're not that much different on the back end from traditional plastics in that they don't break down in a landfill very rapidly, and they'll create microplastics in the environment. So they're better on the front end. You're not using petrochemicals, but they're a little tricky on the back end. And they're also, they look exactly like normal plastics, traditional plastics, but they're not recyclable. So we're going to have a challenge with folks, if we're not providing education, we're going to have a challenge with people throwing those containers into their recycling bins where they're a contaminant. Ooh, there we go. So we are working through this, working on a draft regulation, focused on reusables when feasible, disposables when needed, compostable, the basic wood, paper, fiber for most applications. We are having to recognize that certain plastics are still going to be required. There are applications where they're needed. We're focused on number 1, 2, and 5, recyclable and in some cases durable, reusable plastics. Eliminating black plastic is an option, and we're going to stay away from PLA or plant-based plastics until we have an industrial composting option. So we're also doing a couple other things like mandating that accessories are upon request or self-service only, so the silverware is not just automatically going in the bag every time you get takeout. And we're adopting a waiver process for specific products and or applications that just won't fit the mold. So health department will regulate it. We've made a couple requests to the select board to support composting. So we're already looking forward to how this regulation can change and improve with time, but looking to get something in place. We've been working on it since August and want to get something in place sooner rather than later. Thanks very much.
Next, I have the Affordable Housing Fund presentation.
Good evening, Peter Johnson Staub, Assistant Town Manager. I'll be presenting a report on the activities of the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund. So the town is fortunate to have several entities doing housing work on behalf of Falmouth. The one I'm reporting on this evening is managed by town staff with the Select Board serving as the trustees. It was created in 2011 to promote, expand, and retain the affordable housing inventory. Wow. Can you go back a slide for me? Quick review of the funding sources for the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund. Initially, it was primarily funded by the community preservation. More recently, this body approved an increase in the rooms excise tax from 5% to 6%. So going forward, 1/6 of the rooms excise tax revenue is allocated toward creation of new deed-restricted affordable housing. In that same town meeting, November of 2021, this body appropriated $4 million from free cash into the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund, and we have some smaller one-time payments and donations. So what's been accomplished with the funds that you have approved to go into this fund? We have, can you go back? Oh, there it is, okay. Generated 94 rental units since 2016. In that same period of time, 7 home ownership units have been created, constructed, and occupied. I want to focus for a minute now on Article 14 of November 21. When that was approved, the recommendation called for an annual report on the use of those funds. So that's one of my purposes here tonight. We have approved 3 projects. I say we, the Select Board, has approved at the recommendation of staff from that funding source. The Main Street and Scranton Avenue project is one of them. That's 48 senior rental housing units. $1.485 million has been allocated for that project from this funding source. In total, the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund has awarded a subsidy of just under $3.8 million. Additionally, $125,000 was allocated for a home ownership unit on Club Valley Drive and $70,000 to update the housing production plan. Next slide, please. So of the $4 million of free cash appropriated, we have a remaining unallocated balance of $2.3 million to date. Next slide. Some other projects approved from other funding sources within the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund. $100,000 has been allocated to the Falmouth Housing Authority for a building needs assessment. The balance of that $3.8 million I mentioned coming from other funds, and 4 home ownership units have received an allocation of $500,000, and those are on Sam Turner Road. So in total, the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund balance, we started the year with an unencumbered balance of $10.4 million, of which $7.1 million remains unencumbered. And it's a great thing that we have that healthy balance in the fund because we are aware of a number of projects that are in various planning stages. We're unable to list the addresses here tonight. Some of them are not under ownership control of the developer. They're in various, as I said, development and planning stages, but these all represent specific projects that staff have had conversations with the developers. And if even some of them come to pass, we could be allocating another $5 million, leaving a balance of close to $2 million in the near future. Next slide. So in conclusion, I would be remiss if I did not mention that the Select Board has made it one of their top priorities in the strategic plan to create housing attainable for individuals below and above median income. I thank you for your time and your ongoing support.
Thank you. Okay, that was all I had on my list. Any other committee reports? Hearing none, the question will come on the main motion to accept the reports. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. You guys have it, unanimous. Article 3, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 3 as recommended.
As recommended, this is the capital improvements. We're going to have a presentation by our town manager, and then we will go through the chart there in the main motion, section by section. So there's no need to hold anything. We'll go through each section, and if you want to discuss a line item there, we can do that. And this is omnibus, so it's not subject to the 2-amendment limit. Mr. Renshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, town meeting. This is awe-inspiring. For someone new to the community, I'm really just amazed by the process. I'm excited to be with you here tonight. I want to start by going over what I like to call the 5 foundational or guiding principles with regards to how we set priorities when we capital budget. The first of these is considering imminent threats to the health and safety of citizens, our employees, or town property. Looking next at preserving existing operations, keeping those services as they exist today in operation. Next, addressing all legal requirements of federal or state agencies. Improvement of infrastructure. And lastly, and a real passion of mine and the staff, is looking to make improvements in the efficiency and the effectiveness of service delivery. Next, I'd like to spend a moment, because I only have 10 minutes, I'd like to spend a moment with you all to talk about and review some of the major enhancements that we've made in this year's capital budget. I'm sure you've seen a couple of differences, some nuances in the capital plan that's before you tonight. When compared to prior years, we feel that this results in a much more comprehensive capital improvement plan. And I want to point out a couple of the major differences. As you probably have noticed, it includes some major large projects funded from borrowing in the capital plan. School roofs, major water replacements, large coastal infrastructure projects of various sources, and aquaculture. I think the next bullet point is really important in terms of both increasing accountability and ensuring capacity of the staff to complete these projects in a timely manner. And that is identifying a project manager for each of the projects as part of the capital plan for this year. And lastly, we felt it was important to establish a nexus or a connection between the Select Board's strategic plan, FY24 to FY27 strategic plan, and the various requests, capital requests, as part of this capital plan before you tonight. Want to talk about what I consider a significant amount of invested time and effort this year to really diversify our funding sources. As you all probably know, in previous capital budgets, there's been a reliance, not exclusively, but a heavy reliance upon free cash. The goal going into this capital budget for FY24 was to try to limit that spending and really boost reserves. We are looking to accomplish this by, again, identifying other revenue streams, and maybe non-traditional, that we haven't utilized in the past. Reappropriation of unused balances from prior capital appropriations, wherever possible. The use of embarkation funds, used for, in this example, in FY24, being used for speed indicator signs and replacement of parking meters in the Woods Hole area. And lastly, maximizing grants, special revenues, and other funding sources. And again, really looking to maximize the use of non-free cash funding to address those priorities and maximize our reserves going forward. The next slide, and I'll go through this relatively quickly. As you can see, this offers kind of a snapshot view of our proposed 10-year capital improvement plan. Total projected capital spending for FY24 through FY 2033 is $477.7 roughly million. And folks, that is not inflation adjusted. It's a large number over a 10-year period. Importantly, this total of $477.7 million does not include significant projects that we are aware of, and you are as well, we've been reading about them, for which we don't yet have estimates. This includes a new police station, comprehensive review of building improvements that are needed, and comprehensive coastal resiliency improvements. And folks, as you can imagine, we cannot fund this amount without looking at alternative sources of funding, including perhaps tax increases, or making other very difficult decisions going forward over the next 10 years. Clearly, we need to explore all of our options to direct more funds to larger capital projects. Again, as I've been mentioning, exploring new revenue sources and quite honestly, considering deferring or reprioritizing, eliminating in some cases, but that's going to always be the last resort, and consider tax increases. This slide is the major takeaway I'd like you to leave this evening from looking at this slide is that, again, we spent a considerable amount of time looking for historically underutilized revenue sources and alternative funding sources throughout this FY24 plan and literally throughout the 10-year plan. Free cash proposed as part of this FY24 capital plan budget is $11,355,600. In terms of borrowing, we're looking at borrowing $3.8 million. Use of, as you will see in an upcoming Article 4, the use of capital stabilization funds in the amount of $960,000, $550,000 of which is for Lawrence School cafeteria roof replacement, and $410,000 of which is for water main replacements. Wanted to mention also that by utilizing, if approved, this $960,000 in capital stabilization funds, it's going to leave us a balance of about $4.9 million roughly, or about 3.18% of our operating budget. As you all know, we have a fiscal policy that requires that remain within the range of 2 to 5%, so we'd be well within that parameter. Golf receipts for appropriation, we're proposing the use of $160,000 parking meter fund. We're proposing a $100,000 drawdown. Water user rates, $500,000. Title V, former septic loan program, $150,000. And Waterways Fund, $258,330. I want to note that department requests for this FY24 capital budget totaled approximately $23.7 million, of which we're recommending funding $19,675,107. Again, just a highlight slide talking about half a dozen or so of what we consider some of the key projects, what we're trying to accomplish with this FY24 capital budget. New police station feasibility. We're really looking to accomplish a space needs study, a really comprehensive evaluation of the current facility, and an evaluation ultimately of alternative sites for a future police station. Police station building exterior in the amount of $500,000. We're looking to ensure, quite honestly, the habitability, the usability of that space so our officers and staff are safe and that space is habitable. Public safety radio system replacement upgrades in the amount of $2 million. As you have seen reading through the warrants, we currently have a non-redundant single transmitter and receiver system in place here in Falmouth. And as you have probably heard in the past, we have major gaps in terms of street coverage and certainly gaps with regards to in-building coverage. So with this $2 million request proposal, we're looking to address those radio needs and gaps that we have. Financial management system in the amount of $1,137,000. We're looking at dragging ourselves into the 21st century, quite honestly, through the use of an integrated financial platform. As you have probably heard, we currently have 8 separate systems that don't talk really well to one another, so it's a little bit of a disjointed financial management system. And with this request, we're hoping to address that going forward. Waterfall outfall, the phase 1 permitting of that project at $1.4 million. Water main replacements in the amount of about $2.3 million. And lastly, school department facility improvements in the amount of $1,342,600. Next, I want to really briefly discuss trends associated with the town's free cash certification and the use of those funds. This year, and I'm really proud of the finance team, the staff in the finance office for their accomplishments, there's really been a focused effort and a really enhanced and ramped up effort to collect delinquent tax bills. As you have probably heard and can sense, our revenue growth continues to be strong pretty much across the board. Departments, and this has been historically the case, and I'm learning this as I've been here for 5 months now, departments historically, and this year has been no exception, continue to be very frugal with their spending. Moving forward, we're going to be, I think this is important, that moving forward we're going to be really exploring and applying for additional grant funds. I don't think Falmouth has really leveraged and taken advantage and researched enough of the grant opportunities that are available. So that's going to be a major emphasis going forward. Before we use and look to use taxpayer funds. And lastly, capital plan continues to be very conservative with a keen eye, a really keen eye on future spending needs, and again, looking to maximize the use of our reserves to keep interest costs as low as possible. So some of the results. Yes, a record-setting year. $23.8 million in free cash as of June 30th, 2023. And as you all probably know, the prior high had been a little less than $16.5 million as of June 30th, 2021. Folks, I think it's going to be really important moving forward that we show restraints in allocating free cash in order to ensure that we're able to utilize more free cash for these larger future capital projects, some of which the funding amount is TBD, to be determined. We don't quite know yet how much it's going to be required, currently unknown. But we know they're going to be large, and I mentioned one earlier, the police station, that facility. We have looked around at similar jurisdictions that have recently, within the past 2 or 3 years, replaced their police station. So it's going to be really important that we, again, look to maximize our use of reserves and have really strong reserves in place. There's going to be an opportunity to allocate, we feel, request during the April 2024 town meeting to allocate $7 million from free cash to capital and debt stabilization. And by doing so, I feel that we're going to be in a much stronger, better position, again, to reduce our reliance on debt funding for large projects by allocating free cash for these priorities. Getting to the end. So some people may ask the question, well, why not? We have a record year in free cash, over $23 million. Why not use it all on these projects? As you all know, it's obvious, I'm stating the obvious, our AAA bond rating is something that the town of Falmouth is very proud of, and we should be. It's very important. Having that rating, that strong financial position really allows the town to more cost-effectively fund our projects instead of more of those dollars, more of our taxpayer dollars going to bondholders. As you probably all recall, it hasn't been but a few months or 5 months or so, back in April, town meeting, you were shown a slide, and you're going to see it in the next slide. Town of Falmouth was 13th out of 15 Cape communities. We were number 13 on that list in regards to the amount of free cash as a percentage of the operating budget. This is significant. It's important. We need to do better. We need to raise our position in that standing. And I'm going to show you in the following slide what that looks like. With this year's results, we may have an opportunity. I say may because 3 or 4 of those communities have not yet certified their free cash. But we may have an opportunity to move to 8th place. And as you all know, many other communities on the Cape have operations such as water, wastewater, funds that are self-sufficient, enterprise or proprietary funds, and have their own reserve balances. We here in the town of Falmouth do not yet. So the table I promised you all, it looks probably very similar. However, with that record-setting $23.8 million in free cash certified, we now move to about 8th position out of 15. And again, I think that's going to be key for us going forward. And you can see the towns of Wellfleet, Provincetown, Chatham, and Harwich have not yet certified. So that positioning could change. So in closing, as you all know, capital budgeting is both an art and a bit of science. It really seeks to balance our need to maintain equipment and our infrastructure with limitations of available funding and, quite honestly, our internal capacity to manage and bring those projects online, on time and on budget. These FY24 proposals represent what we feel is the very upper limit of what we can spend while maintaining and building those important reserves. And I feel like we must always be mindful that the proposed capital projects represent a tremendous amount of work for staff, again, that bandwidth and the capacity. And moving forward, we're going to do a much better job of monitoring the status of our projects and in communicating in reporting on the status of those projects. I think that's important as well so that we can all stay on track, again, bringing projects on time and on budget. And with that, I thank you very much for your time.
Okay. So we're going to go through the chart of the main motion for the capital budget by section. So the first section is Select Board, Town Manager. Finance. Information Technology. Police. Yeah. I see a hand to my right here. Yeah, well, with a mic. Well, microphone. One sec, please. Stand up. Nope. You're all set? Okay. Technology? Yeah. Who's got? Whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't know who's talking. You need to get a microphone.
Hi, Steve from Green Meadow Lane. Have they explored anything other than fiber optics? Are they looking at any type of wireless technology? Technology has improved immensely over the last few years, and that could certainly help eliminate cost and improve the bandwidth.
Would that be end-user technology replacement, or is that the digital forensic computer?
I'm sorry, that is for the fiber project throughout the town. I'm sorry.
Are you referring to one of the two line items in this budget?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Which line item?
The second line item and the fiber to the home and expanding the internet services.
Do you have a warrant in front of you?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of the question. My apologies. I thought
Are you a town meeting member?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so first of all, you're supposed to be in the balcony. Second of all, we're on the capital budget. We're going through it section by section. So under information technology and the capital budget, do you have a question about this budget?
No, I'm sorry. My apologies.
Okay. Police Department? Ms. Lichtenstein? And then Ms. Murphy.
Thank you. Leslie Lichtenstein, Precinct 8. Alan already started by asking your participation. I'd like to know how many of our town meeting members went to the open house at the police station. Thank you. I wish more of you had. We need a police station, folks. How many of you would live in a house when it rained, you had an inch of water on the floor and you had to live with that? How many of you would like to work in a place where you had an inch of water on the floor and you had to work in that? We're giving them $500,000 tonight, which is a lot of money. However, we're painting the Titanic, folks. That police station is sinking. I really hope that this feasibility study doesn't drag its heels. We need to get that police station not repaired, but replaced. Okay? Thank you. And if you haven't been, go and look. It's really a shame we let it get this far. We voted money a while back to do some repairs that never got done. And I'd like to apologize to the police that have to work there because of what the town has let that police station become. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Carol Murphy, Precinct 9. I second what Ms. Lichtenstein just said about the new police department. And I would also like to ask if there is any money in the budget or there's any incentive for body-worn cameras for the police officers. The towns of Bourne, Yarmouth, and Barnstable currently have police-worn cameras, body cameras.
We don't have any in this budget.
Mr. Moderator?
Yeah.
So we did approve in last year's budget, or actually, sorry, the current fiscal year operating budget, there are funds for body-worn cameras. The chief is evaluating whether those funds are sufficient to meet the needs of the entire department.
Would there be a cost of each body-worn camera? I've seen figures of $1,800 each.
Yes, the allocation in the budget is $80,000 for the department, and that was intended with a particular setup in mind for all of the officers in the department, but again, that is being reevaluated by the new chief.
And just one more question. When will we have an answer of that, for that evaluation, please?
I don't have a specific timeline, but it looks like the chief is going to get up and respond.
I'll be brief. As your new chief, I'm evaluating everything in evaluation mode, and there are a few things that came up that took priority. I'm hoping to implement a body-worn camera program in the next 12 to 18 months. I did it before. I know what it takes to get the job done, but right now there's some other issues that are taking precedence. But we will have them.
Between 12 and 18 months?
I'm sorry?
Between 12 and 18 months from now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Further discussion on the police department? Fire department? Consolidated communications? Oh, Mr. Neto?
Joe Neto, Precinct 9. At our precinct meeting, I brought to the attention that the description of $170,000 for a boat needs to be a little bit more detailed. Could we please have a detailed description of what size boat we're buying? Does it have a motor? Is it on a trailer? Thank you.
Chief? What is the problem with this? The owner of a red Jeep, plate number 40903. You're blocking somebody in and need to move your red Jeep, plate number 40903. Chief.
Good evening, Timothy Smith, Fire Chief. With regards to the rescue boat that we are requesting funding for, it's going to be a 20-foot boat. It's going to have a 150-horse four-stroke motor that's going to be included in the purchase, along with a trailer that'll be also included in the funding. The existing boat that we have right now is a 1965 Boston Whaler. Upon completion of this boat, it will more than likely not be available for a trade-in because of the age and the substantial amount of modifications that have been made over the years, and what we've done in the past with excess equipment, we've allocated it to or placed it in a propertyroom.com auction site so that we can sell this equipment, and those funds will come back to the general treasury.
Okay, anything else with the fire department?
Thank you.
Consolidated communications? Mr. Donahue?
Robert Donahue, Precinct 3. $2 million is an awful lot of money. Why wasn't this put off to the spring budget where it would go into as a budget line item in the police department? I don't like having anything that is a standard piece of equipment put in the capital budget. It should be in the main budget of the police department so we know what their total operating expense is. Thank you very much.
So just real briefly,
Chief?
We can't wait. The radios don't work. So this is to basically build a radio infrastructure system. So when I say hello to dispatch, they don't say hi back. So this is an officer safety issue, this is a public safety issue, and I say to everyone in this room, do we have to have a tragedy to implement change? So we can't wait. We just can't wait. They haven't worked for years. We need to fix them. I really need this to pass badly for my staff. Any specific questions you have, we have the experts, the folks here. They can answer them. Hopefully, we don't need to go that route. And like I said, we took this project over, the police department, but this is an officer safety issue, and I implore you to pass this article.
Okay, anything else on consolidated communication? Marine and environment? Facilities? DPW admin and engineering? Highway? Fleet services? Yep, microphone to my right. Mr. Patrick.
Matt Patrick, Precinct 7. I figured I'd come down here instead of having you crane your necks to hear me in the back. The 3 zero-turn lawnmowers caught my eye because we recently purchased one for $6,000. So when I saw 3 for $55,000, it sort of, I wondered why. Now, ours is electric, and it's a zero-turn lawnmower and works great. You can have several sets of batteries so you don't run out of power. And I'm just wondering if that's a priority for us now, checking out the availability of electric lawnmowers, vehicles, if they're available. Remembering that the town meeting voted to recognize global warming as a real and serious threat to our community. We made that declaration, but actually doing something about it is another thing altogether. We have to start actually implementing that. And let's start by looking at our new vehicles. I figured we could buy, let's see, 9 of the electric zero-turn vehicles, lawnmowers, with the amount of money that we're spending for 3 of the gas.
There's also a utility trailer here.
Sorry?
There's also the utility trailer in this.
It doesn't say.
If you go to page 75, it lists what you're purchasing.
There's no.
It's in the back of your warrant booklet. It says utility trailer and 3 standard mowers.
Page 74.
Page 74. But do we have a response about going electric? Mr. McConaty.
Good evening, Peter McConaty, Director of Public Works. At this point, for Public Works, we did not look into electric for the zero-turn mowers. We have looked at electric as far as backpack blowers and some of the smaller machinery, and we have found out that at this point, the type of work that we do with Public Works, this type of work with the Parks Department and with the schools and the parks, it's daily, heavy, hard work with, you see commercials and you see them blowing light leaves off of sidewalks or light grass off a sidewalk. This is heavy, hard, wet leaves coming off of fences or coming off of fields. So we tried it with the smaller equipment. We have not tried it with the zero-turn mowers. But the zero-turn mowers that we do have, the 3 of them that we do have, they're from 2012. They're pretty beat up. They are high commercial grade. And like I say, they're used on a daily basis throughout the year. It's not a residential type of piece of equipment. It's commercial, and it's used that way.
You know, I thought about that too, and they do sell commercial grade electric zero-turn lawnmowers. There are plenty online. So I'm making a point. I'll do it every town meeting we have, we've got to start thinking about this stuff and actually putting our mouths where we said we'd go, okay? Putting our money where we said we'd go. So anyway, that's my pitch. Thanks.
Anything else under fleet services? Yep. Back right.
Richard Doobie, Precinct 6. I have a comment and a question. The Department of Revenue Services of Massachusetts defines free cash as free cash generated when actual revenue collections are more than budget estimates, and when expenditures and encumbrances, unpaid bills and orders are less than appropriations or both. What I find we're doing in Falmouth, when all of us here, is we take line items and we add ungodly amounts to them as opposed to the realistic price of them. And then we take that money and it becomes free cash. And speaking to what Mr. Crenshaw was just addressing, creating this false sense of free cash by simply taking a $50,000 widget and putting in a request here for $80,000, we generate $30,000 worth of free cash. Just doing cursory glances at some of the items here, I found overestimates of a $68,000 item. We're asking $96,000 in appropriations for it. I understand that'll be turned into free cash. I can't believe, though, that this is really the spirit of what the Department of Revenue Services had in mind when they defined free cash.
Mr. Doobie, the free cash is in the revenue side. That's before. So what you're doing here is you're spending free cash, and then there may be some left over if you don't spend it all, but it doesn't create the free cash. The free cash is created through the certification process with DLS, and now you're actually spending or allocating the spending of free cash.
Then why are we continually way overestimating on anything that we submit here for capital improvements? Why do we do it?
Yeah, Mr. Santel.
Ed Santiel, Finance Director. The vast majority of the money that comes from free cash is from revenues and turnbacks from the departments. We did make a concerted
Excuse me, can you define turnbacks for me, please?
Turnbacks are the operating budget where people are being frugal, as the town manager indicated, and not spending the entire amount of their budget if they don't need to. So the components of free cash come from revenues, and they come from that exceed our budget, and they come from turnbacks from the budget. Now, last year, one of the contributors to the large balance of free cash was the closing out of some of these articles that served their purpose and had money left over, and that contributed a few $1 million, and that was over the course of maybe 8 years worth of these types of articles. So that's not the big driver in generating free cash.
I understand, but once again, answer my question. Why do we continually submit items here for our approval? Why put any dollar value on it? Why do we look at any dollar value? Why don't we just approve the item? Because we don't really care about the dollar value attached to it.
Well, let me give you some illustrations from this town meeting. We had to go back to receive additional funds because we didn't have enough money for a boat. So it's both ways. You want to have enough money to make sure you don't have to come back to town meeting and ask again, if you can avoid it. But if something has more money, yes, we'll convert that back to free cash, but it's not a major amount of the generator of free cash.
So nobody on the Finance Committee, and I won't take up any more time, nobody on the Finance Committee or the town manager, Mr. Crenshaw, feels that the submissions that we're looking at tonight, and I won't take up time, but I can go over them item by item and show what the actual cost would be just by doing some basic research and what we're asking our members here to approve tonight. That doesn't bother anybody up there.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Part of what we do when you do see extra money in here, the departments do try to do an estimate, market research before they submit a request through the capital budget. It's always a little bit higher. If you appropriate the money and it comes up short by even $1, they can't go through with the project. They have to reappropriate additional money. So you wait another 6 months or a year till the next town meeting. So there is extra money put in there, and it does roll over eventually to free cash. And that is something the Department of Revenue does recommend in your operating budget, is to put extra cash out there in these different line items to generate free cash so that you can afford, when your capital budget comes up, to use more free cash rather than borrowing. So it is a very sound budget practice. Is it excessive in some cases? Possibly. Could they do better? Possibly. They could do better work estimating how much is in each of these line items, and we're pushing on that from a finance committee, and I think the town has heard that. But this is just an acceptable budget practice. It's not anything that's nefarious. It does help the town budget better. So we always work at that, admittedly.
Okay, Fleet Services to my left. Ms. Feynman Silva. With the mic, please.
Thanks. Sandra Feynman Silva, Precinct 2. I'm just looking at the final water budget total on page 27. So the requested amount was $4.155 million requested. And the actual, whatever they call it, proposed for FY24 is $2.441 million. So it's half, slightly more than half of what was requested. I know we're putting water main repairs on some sort of a timeline, replacement, I should say, water main replacement on a timeline, but why would there be such a discrepancy? That sort of makes me nervous.
Yeah. Yep. Go ahead.
Ed Santiel, Finance Director again. One of the things we looked at was doing a rate increase for the water system so that we could actually replace the water mains. The timing of that was such that we felt we would only get $500,000 of the $3 million that we believe we need for the water mains. So next year we'll be able to catch up with the full amount going to the water mains.
And that line item is in Article 4. We're on Article 3, so is there anything else with fleet services in this article? Parks? Wastewater? Water? Yeah, in the center. Yeah, I can't see who it is here, but... Ms. Donahue.
Bob Donahue, Precinct 3 again. Are we at outfall? I'm a little confused, though.
Yeah, we can be. We went past it, but go ahead. Wastewater?
Okay. I wanted to say that outfall, I did a little research on outfall, and I'm not saying my research is scientifically provable, but in the area of Boston, from Watertown in the Charles River, there are 10 outfall pipes. They are from colleges, cities and towns, businesses. There are 18 in total in the area of Boston, going up the Chelsea Creek and the Mystic River. 18 total. All 18 of these outfall pipes, folks, have failed. And when they fail, the town has to tell the state and the federal government that they failed. But you know what? They don't have to tell you and me. That's a secret, and the legislature has a bill that they've had, I guess, for a while, and they will not pass it. Because if they pass it, it'll put extra pressure on people in town government to, why is it failing? We want to put outfall pipes, they're saying now, 2,500 feet or 2,300 feet off our beaches. If they fail at any time and equipment fails, every piece of equipment, valves, gauges, you name it, it all fails. And if the raw sewage gets out into that area, what happens then? Can we vote on this line item as Mr. Chairman?
We're on it. What do you want to do?
I'd like to make a motion that we eliminate $850,000 from the outfall pipe.
Okay, Mr. Donohue's amendment is to remove the outfall data collection and permitting phase 1 for $850,000. Discussion on the amendment. Mr. Rafferty. And then Mr. Brown.
Steve Rafferty, Precinct 2. I think Mr. Donohue has confused a couple of items here. In Watertown and 42 other communities around Greater Metropolitan Boston, all the wastewater goes to Deer Island and gets treated. There are combined sewer overflows in all of those communities, and the number that he quoted for Watertown is essentially correct, but that is not wastewater. That is combined sewer overflow, where the drains and the sewers years ago were built together, and they've been getting separated. We do not have that in Falmouth, and we will not have that in Falmouth. Regarding whether or not something could fail on a system, this august body appropriated money. We have bid, and we are engaging in the start of construction for upgrading the wastewater plant to increase the level of redundancy. Instead of having 2 SBRs, we're going to have 3. If one SBR breaks for any reason or component breaks, we will still have sufficient capacity to treat. So we have been carefully making sure that as we go forward, we're not going to have a system that doesn't have a high degree of reliability and redundancy. And when I mentioned the dispersion modeling, we modeled several different scenarios, both normal operation at less than 3 milligrams per liter, and also upset conditions to look at what happens with where things go or don't go and whether or not anything ever gets to the beach. I assure you, this is a safe, sound, and necessary project.
Okay, Mr. Brown. Let's go, folks. Mr. Brown?
Just to clarify, so our storm drains don't tie into the sewer, so we're not going to have that same problem that they have.
Mr. Donohue?
The information that I got was an article in the Boston Globe that said there were 18 outfall pipes, 10 of which in the Charles River. Many of them, they said, were a combination of rainwater, road water, and sewage, which caused the problem. But there were others that had nothing to do with the rainwater in streets, and they did fail. I'm just saying, why can't this go off down someplace else, down off of Woods Hole and 5 miles out there?
That's where the original outfall pipe was way back.
Well, let me say this, and I'll be quiet. If the beaches are closed because of sewerage, who's going to take the responsibility that it was my fault? Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Peter? Mr. Westorp?
Westorp, Precinct 1, call the question.
Okay, we don't need to do that. We're just going to take a call here on the amendment to remove the $850,000. All those in favor of the removal signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it by a majority. Water. School. Recreation. You don't need to hold, just stand up and, yeah. Ms. Cuny?
Good evening, I'm Sandra Cuny, Precinct 2, and I've been a member of the Recreation Committee for over 30 years. I'd like to make an amendment to the line item Lawrence and Swift Park Tennis Court repainting from $88,000 to $25,000, and I'd like to speak on the amendment.
Okay, to reduce the line item to $25,000. Ms. Cuny?
So first of all, I spoke with Eric Loftus from the Cape and Islands Tennis and Track to get a price of what it would cost to repaint over the tennis courts at Lawrence School. And this is to pressure wash and repaint over the tennis courts only. The price was about $19,000. So I made it $25,000 because I want to make sure that we have enough money for contingency and to include bigger and better signs on both Lawrence School and Swift Park. As far as as you know, the new courts at Lawrence School have been locked. We're in litigation because of the pickleball. So there were 5 courts there. So if we paint over the 2 tennis courts, that single pickleball court designated has their own entrance. You just put a lock on it. Put a lock on that and you give it to the school. If the kids want to use it, they have every right to use it. And eliminate pickleball play to the public by painting over the tennis courts. And when I say a bigger sign, I asked Joe to get me some prices. Not for an 8x10, but for a 36x36, one that says, no pickleball allowed, school use only, and opened tennis and basketball from 8 a.m. to dusk. That's my proposal for Lawrence School. For Swift Park, I would hate to paint over those pickleball courts until the new courts are built. First of all, Nide Park could never handle all the parking if everybody was to go to Nide Park. Nide Park's been a great addition, but we need Swift Park to stay open until the new courts are built at Trotting Park. The new proposed courts, I should say. But I would like to see better signage at Swift Park because pickleball players have to abide by the rules. So if we have pickleball only from 8 a.m. to dusk on Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, put that in big letters. Then there's tennis only on Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. Well, pickleball cannot go and play tennis on a tennis day, even if no one's playing tennis. And that's been part of the problem. So if we can just have everyone stick to the rules, we keep Swift Park open till the new courts are built, and then I'd like to revisit looking at Swift Park at that time. So that's my proposal.
Okay, so the amendment is to reduce the $88,000 line item to $25,000. Discussion on the amendment. Mr. Brown.
Ms. Cuny, would that include prevailing wage?
I believe so.
Okay. Further discussion on the amendment. Ms. Schneider?
Barbara Schneider. I'm part of the 5-person pickleball working group that's been working with Town Hall on coming up with a solution. I hope you will support this amendment. Sandy and I have worked really hard to come up with not only keeping our heads about what those Lawrence courts are supposed to be, but let's get tennis back going at Lawrence. We don't need to keep tennis away from everybody there. We can do this with a simple lock. I also hope you will support us in the idea of letting Swift go on. We are working really hard, and you'll see that when we talk about Article 11, about getting the pickleball courts going, and hopefully one more season of Swift, and then we can be done with Swift and go to Nye and Trotting Park as our pickleball areas. So I hope you'll bear with us, stay the course with this plan and support it. Thank you.
Ms. Siegel?
Deborah Siegel, Precinct 6. As far as bearing with you, I notice nobody ever asks the people who live in the neighborhoods to bear with what they're having to listen to. Thank you.
Okay.
I'd like to see this money stay in there.
Okay. To my left? Yep.
Hi, Grace Simpkins, Precinct 8. I was just wondering if that price includes the repainting with the Foursquare and the pickleball netting removal at Lawrence?
Ms. Cuny?
No. My proposal is to take the single pickleball area. There's a separate gate, and you just lock the gate and give the key to the schools. The schools can use it by right. They may, down the road, want to do something else with that area, then they can. But the only thing that would be open to the public would be the painted over tennis courts and the basketball court. And that would be 8 to dusk when school's not in use.
Okay, the question will come on the amendment to reduce the line item to $25,000. All those in favor of the reduction signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Let's put the chairs that the ayes have it by a majority, and the line item is now $25,000. Anything else under recreation?
Mr. Moderator?
Ms. Cuny?
Sandra Cuny, Precinct 2. I'd like to amend Lawrence School Tennis Courts electronic access gate. I'd like to take the $30,000, I'd like to amend it to 0. And I'd like to speak on that.
Okay, so this is to zero out the line item for the tennis court electronic access clock. Ms. Cuny?
If we take pickleball away at Lawrence School, tennis and basketball have never been a problem. So I can't see any reason why we would spend money to put an electronic gate at Lawrence School when for decades that area was dawn to dusk. Almost every recreational facility that we have is dawn to dusk. There was the exception of Central Park in Falmouth Heights because of the close proximity of people that, out of courtesy, we say 8 a.m. So we can say 8 a.m. if we want to have courtesy to the neighbors on Lakeview as we do to the ones in the Heights. But I don't see, they wanted an electronic gate from 9 to 7. Why would you do that if we're not playing pickleball? Why penalize the people that want to play basketball and tennis? Because that's never been an issue. So I don't see the need for an electronic gate there. Just a bigger sign, no pickleball allowed.
Okay, the amendment is to zero out the $30,000 for the electronic access. Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question will come on the amendment. All those in favor of removing the line item signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it by a majority, and the line item is zeroed. Last one we have is beaches. Yeah, in the back there.
Paul Cap, Precinct 3. This is on recreation, on the
okay, yeah.
replacement of the gym floor. Is there any way we can utilize our community preservation funds for that?
Peter?
Assistant Town Manager Peter Johnson Staub. No, I believe that would be considered maintenance, not eligible for community preservation.
Good question. Okay, anything with the beaches? Yep. Ms. Freitag?
I'm Melissa Freitag, Precinct 6. To piggyback on the previous question, the replacement of the gym floor, somebody just answered that that's considered maintenance, but maintenance isn't supposed to be in the capital improvement plan or the capital plan. It's supposed to be one-off things. So why is it here?
Yeah, so Assistant Town Manager Peter Johnson-Staub. So capital are one-time projects. Replacement of the gym floor is not something we're going to do every year. I think it clearly fits with the definition of capital. The community preservation statute has some, very specific language that doesn't necessarily line up with town definition of capital. And actually, in the 10 seconds since my first answer, I remember there actually is a specific prohibition on using community preservation funds for a gymnasium.
Okay, anything with the beaches? Okay, the question will come on approving the main motion as recommended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. I said as amended. Article 4. Mr. Chairman, for the main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 4 as recommended.
Article 4, this is water mains and Lawrence Cafeteria roof. Discussion on the main motion for Article 4. Hearing none, this requires a 2/3 vote because of transfer from stabilization funds. All those in favor, Article 4 as recommended, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it by the 2/3, and I so declare. Article 5, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 5 as recommended.
As recommended, this is to transfer the sum of $251,000 from free cash for the purposes of the non-capital projects. Any discussion on the chart? Information technology? Planning board? Yep, to my left there. Let me see who it is.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mary Berry, Precinct 2. I have two questions about the zoning bylaw recodification, Phase 2. And here we're being asked for the $30,000, and it's on page 41. If you go there, it says it's a long-term initiative taking about 3 to 4 years. Under the estimated cash flow on page 41, it doesn't show that. So the first question I have, is this the end to this particular project? I went back to town meeting article from April 2021, and there we were asked for $22,500 to complete this project, and that the consultant had been working on that text for 4 years. The article said that the funding was first approved in April 2013 under Article 9. That would be 10 years ago. So if we take the other date, that would be 7 years. The second question I have is how much have we expended to date for the last 7 years as well for these consultant services? And I think it would be nice to know that before we approve the $30,000. Because is this ending now, as is indicated, or will it be going through to FY 2026?
Okay. Get some answers for you here.
Jed Cornock, Town Planner. To address your first question, and actually your second question, yes, it will continue into fiscal year 26. That's what we expect. That is for Phase 2. Phase 1 was to reorganize and reformat the zoning bylaw. That money allocated was $55,500. That has all been spent. Phase 2 is an effort with the Planning Board to amend a large number of sections within the zoning bylaw, a total of 17 sections, which we'll be bringing forward over the next 3 years. That current funding amount, which was allocated at $60,000, we currently have a balance available to the consultants of roughly $50,000. So we've spent just about 17% of that money. And we're asking for an additional $30,000 in this fiscal year to continue that effort all the way into fiscal 26. Hopefully I've answered all your questions.
Ms. Perry?
Yeah, well, in the prior year, it had said that it was going through to 2026 with additional $30,000 in each of those years. And if you do that, I came up with $211,500 in total. I mean, I think we should know how much we have spent to date on this and why it's coming in just dribs and drabs without us knowing how much it's expended and how much we have moving forward. And I think it also begs the question of if we go forward and we need more years of it, even the question about the free cash was answered incorrectly.
So to answer your question, the reason we're doing it incrementally is because zoning bylaw changes take a lot of time. We anticipated being further along than we are currently, but we were set back, as this body remembers, with our second attempt at the recodification. So there are delays in the process, and there's complication with the zoning bylaw. And to ensure that this body understands exactly what we're doing, we're trying to take our time and make sure that not only the working group that was established to review the zoning bylaw changes, but also the planning board has ample opportunity to review these changes before they come to town meeting. So as I mentioned, $55,500 has already been spent. An additional approximate $15,000 has been spent on phase 2. So altogether, we're just at the very beginning of bringing forward zoning amendments to this body, and 2 of those articles are before you this evening.
Ms. Perry?
I just don't see where you're coming up with your figure. There, in 1 year, we had and we approved $22,500. We also had 2 times during last year that we were asked for additional monies. Both of those were $30,000. And now we're being asked again for another $30,000. So when you say 50, I don't see where you're coming up with that money. It's much bigger.
You're absolutely right. So altogether, currently we've asked for $115,500. That's for the entire recodification process. Phase 1 of that was $55,500, which has already been spent. That was to reformat, reorganize. We now have $60,000 available to our consultants. I should clarify that. We now have $49,862 available to our consultants of the $60,000 that we've asked for phase 2. We're asking for an additional $30,000 to carry us through fiscal 24. In fiscal 24, we anticipate, although it depends on how many groans I hear this evening, we anticipate bringing forward approximately 4 to 5 zoning amendments in fiscal 24, perhaps more, but we're trying to, again, be very careful of how many we bring forward because we want to be thoughtful of the process. So again, we're just asking for an additional $30,000 to get us through fiscal 24.
Okay, anything else under Planning Board? We've got Marine and Environment, Facilities, Fleet Services, Parks, Beach. The question will come on the main motion as recommended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Okay, by call of the chair, I'm going to skip Article 6 because we know that's going to take a lot of debate. We're going to try to do some of these small ones to get us to our break at 9 o'clock. So I'm going to go to Article 7. Mr. Chairman, Article 7.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 7 as recommended.
As recommended, this is to appropriate a sum to supplement the fiscal 2004 budget. Discussion on Article 7. Hearing none, the question will come on the main motion as recommended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 8, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 8 as recommended.
As recommended, this is to transfer the amount of $150,000 from the PEG Access Receipts Reserve for Appropriation Account for the purposes of funding costs related to government access programming, so folks at home can watch us. Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Once again, I ask for an explanation of the initials PEG. There are
Public Education and Government.
Okay, but would it be too much to ask for PEG and parentheses, Public Educational Government, for the reader to understand what that means?
Sounds good. Yeah, we'll do it in the future. We've done PEG for about 25 years. Actually 30. They just had their 30th anniversary.
I'm sorry, some of us haven't been here for 25 years to know what PEG means. And again, just to put it in parentheses.
Okay, we can do that. Do you have anything else you want to do on this now?
No,
I just said we'll do that in the future.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's write out the acronyms in the future. Yep. Ms. Callahan.
Jason Cullinane, Precinct 6. It's actually listed in the explanation. It's spelled out.
Yep. Okay. Anything else? Question will come on the main. Ms. Siegel? Question will come on the main motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. You guys have it, unanimous. Article 9. This is the Planning Board. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I can't hear you without a microphone.
Right. Thank you. Deborah Siegel, Precinct 6. I'd like to ask for reconsideration of a line item in Article 3, please.
So you can't do it by a line item. You've got to ask for reconsideration of the whole article. And what substantially new information do you have that we didn't have at the time of the original debate?
The new information, I did not speak well enough, and this involves the repainting of the Swift Park courts for to change to tennis from pickleball.
So substantially new information means the situation changed. You didn't verbalize what you wanted to say as not changing the situation. It's not substantially new information that we didn't have at the time of the original vote.
The new information I'd like to present is the fact that this has such a negative impact on the neighborhood.
Okay, so those are editorial comments. There's no
Okay, that
substantial new information that was not available to the meeting at the time of the
Okay.
original vote.
Okay, thank you.
So I will not take a motion to reconsider. Article 9, Planning Board.
Charlotte Harris for the Planning Board, to see if the town will vote to amend Chapter 240 zoning of the code in the following manner for the purposes of correcting previously made technical errors and omissions. And we have a very lengthy set of PowerPoints if you want to, but it's easier to look at page 101 if you wish to see what those are. And our recommendation is this article corrects technical errors, and we recommend that you vote the Article 9 as printed in the warrant.
Okay, the main motion is as printed for the cleaning up the technical areas. Any discussion on Article 9? This is a zoning, so it requires a 2/3. All those in favor of the main motion as printed signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it by the 2/3, and I so declare. Article 10.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Article 10, to see if the town will vote to amend Chapter 240 zoning of the code by deleting the standards language from the accessory apartments use found in the agricultural districts use of the table, and so forth. And again, it's explained at the back of the book in detail. What this is a reformatting. It is not a change. And we are recommending to vote it as written.
Okay, the main motion as printed for Article 10. Any discussion on Article 10? This also requires a 2/3. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it by the 2/3, and I so declare.
Thank you.
Article 11, the recommendation of the Finance Committee.
Mr. Moderator, the Finance Committee recommended indefinite postponement.
Okay, the Finance Committee is indefinite postponement recommendation. Do we have a positive motion? Ms. Schneider.
Barbara Schneider, Precinct 4. I recommend, I move this as printed.
Okay, main motion is as printed. Mr. Zine.
Hi and good evening. My name's Tommy Zine. I live in Precinct 9. I am an appointed member of the Recreation Committee. I'm also part of a 10-person subcommittee for pickleball and part of a 5-member town-appointed working group. Both groups have been heavily involved, working almost every day on the design and funding of the proposed pickleball courts at Trotting Park Fields. The appointed working group of 5 members have been meeting regularly with our town's administration, working on a solution. I am here with Barbara Schneider, which is also an appointed member of the 5-person working group. Here is Barb to explain what we hope will be our next steps. Thank you.
Last spring, town manager appointed Todd Bidwell, Troy Clarkson, Scott Gelfi, and I to work with Tom as a pickleball working group to suggest the best solution for providing town facilities for this fastest growing sport. Over the past month, we have lowered the needed amount to do this from $2.6 million to under $1.93 million. And we are currently working to raise private funds and grants to cover the additional amenities for this project. The Recreation Department has requested this adjusted amount of money from the Community Preservation Fund, and that committee will act on this request during its deliberations in the next month. In the meantime, our working group has helped the town secure a sound study for the area at Trotting Park for this project, which should be completed in the next few weeks. We also have already secured one of the amenities, a bench, through private funding. We ask you to vote no at this time on this article. However, we do hope that we will get your support for a CPC article and possibly a town article in the spring to fund the $1.93 million to build the courts at Trotting Park. Once they are built, we will suggest closing all other courts other than those at Nye Park and at those that are at the school for school use only. Again, we ask for a no vote tonight to allow us time to secure possible funds from the CP fund and to raise private funds for parts of this project. Thank you.
Okay, so we needed a positive motion in order for them to make the presentation, and they made the presentation, and they're recommending that you vote no. All those in favor of the main motion signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it by a majority. And we'll stand in recess for 20 minutes, and we'll come back on to Article 6.
If you have the opportunity to check your contact information on the sheets as you enter the auditorium during halftime and at the end of the night, please do so to update any contact information. We're a representative town.
Falmouth Community Television's coverage of town meeting is sponsored by the following corporate underwriters. The Steamship Authority is a proud partner in many Falmouth community events, including town meeting coverage. And for good reason. Not only do we have a terminal and offices here, about 1/3 of our employees call Falmouth their home. We always work hard to serve our neighbors, friends, and the traveling public. We recently put 7 new electric buses into service at our Falmouth parking lots. Soon we'll be adding new vessels to our fleet, continuing work on our energy-efficient Woods Hole terminal buildings, and adding solar panels at our largest parking lot. At the Steamship Authority, we're serving the islands. And you.
Welcome to the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce.
The Falmouth Chamber is dedicated to working on behalf of our members to make Falmouth a better place to live, work, and conduct business. We are committed to developing the economic, cultural, educational, and civic interests of our community and welcome the support from all organizations to achieve our combined goals. Whether you call Falmouth home, are a summer resident, or a visitor, we hope you take advantage of all that the Chamber has to offer.
Hi, I'm Bob from Crane Appliance. Since 1983, as a family-owned company, our goal has been simple, to give our neighbors of the Cape and Islands a great shopping experience. Rest easy knowing our professional team will listen to your needs and help you pick out the perfect appliances. We'll take care of everything throughout the sale, delivery, and installation process. And we even have our own in-house service department. Crane Appliance, we call the Cape and Islands home.
Carlson Printing for all your printing needs. 508-548-7303 or toll free at 1-800-696-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@aol.com. Carlson Printing for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by Meganet Communications. Meganet offers a wide array of internet services including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server colocation, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their #1 goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
Additional funding and support provided by the following corporate sponsors. Francisco Tavares Incorporated is proud to be celebrating 70 years providing both residential and commercial landscaping. From landscape construction, maintenance to site work for over 70 years, our professional crews deliver a full range of landscaping, masonry, and yard enhancing programs. 508-548-0911. The attorneys at Oppenheim & Nickerson LLP have provided legal services in Falmouth for over 36 years. We advocate for our clients and work to provide quality representation in the areas of business and corporate law, real estate law, estate planning, and estate administration. 508-548-8255. Hamilton Tree and Landscape has been proudly serving Falmouth and the Upper Cape since 1978. Our newest location on Route 151 is now open for all landscaping and tree concerns. Appreciating your property is our motto as we continue to keep your tree and landscaping needs our top priority. At A&A Paving, we believe in providing customers with quality products supported by excellent service. We provide commercial and residential seal coating, asphalt paving, and repair services for Cape Cod and southeastern Mass. A&A Paving, 508-540-4944. Liam McGuire's Irish Pub. With a newly renovated dining room, it's what an Irish pub should be. Main Street, downtown Falmouth.
Eastman's has been Falmouth's hardware store since 1913. With the newly added retail space providing kitchen accessory and gourmet foods, our friendly staff is available to assist you with your hardware and kitchen needs. 508-548-0407.
Carpet Barn, Carpet One Home Showcase, a local family-owned business offering all your premier carpet and flooring needs. They also feature tile and vinyl floors, area rugs, window treatments, and kitchen and bathroom cabinetry, serving you at 4 convenient locations. FCTV is also supported by the following businesses and organizations. Main Street Gallery, Fine Arts and Real Estate, 189 Main Street. Dogs and Hogs, 781 Main Street. Smoked turkey orders available, tailgate options and more, ample parking in back. Grassi Septic Solutions, 508-548-7500. J. Miller Picture Framer, 681 Falmouth Road, 508-539-3888. The Annie Hart Cool Team, Sotheby's International Realty, 508-868-0664. Dalpy Excavation Incorporated, 508-548-9788. info@dalpyexcavation.com. Village Lamp and Repair Shop, 508-274-2057. Every lighthouse needs a keeper. friendsofnobscot.org. Martha's Vineyard Bank, 84 Main Street and 397 Palmer Avenue, Falmouth, 2 Water Street, Woods Hole, 508-627-4266. Barrett Plumbing and Heating, 10 Edgerton Drive, North Falmouth, 508-495-3525. The Falmouth EDIC, falmouthedic.org, 508-548-7440. Partners Technology, bringing people and technology together, 781-930-5000. Wacoit Congregational Church, 15 Parsons Lane, Wacoit, 508-548-5269. Soares Flower Garden Nursery, 508-548-5288. M. Duffney Builders, 508-540-3625. Neighborhood Falmouth, helping seniors age in place, currently looking for volunteers. Danny's Barbershop, 508-548-6013. David Rogers Electric, 508-274-2057. Murray and McDonald Insurance, 800-800-8990. Chapman Funerals and Cremations, 508-540-4172. Hanush Jewelers, 352 Main Street, downtown Falmouth, 508-548-9107. Mahoney's Garden Center, 508-548-4842. The Cape Cod 5, 668 Main Street, 508-457-5252. Steve's Pizzeria and More, 374 Main Street, Falmouth, 508-457-9454. Additional support provided by Roach Brothers, Stop and Shop, and Windfall Market.
All town meeting members, please come forward, take your seats. Could we queue up 4-minute quorum slide? IT, can we do a 4-minute slide? Thank you.
I've got this one.
Okay, the roll call device is open for a rolling roll call. It's going to leave it open for a little bit here. So all town meeting members present, please come forward, take your seats. And okay, all town meeting members present, please press 1A for the reestablishment of the quorum. All town meeting members present, please press 1A for the reestablishment of the quorum. Okay. All those present, please press 1A for the reestablishment of the quorum. And we're going to start on Article 6, the one that we passed over so we could do some of the smaller articles before the break. By a counted vote of 189 members, we have a quorum, and I call the annual town meeting back into session. Article 6, Mr. Chairman, for the main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I recommend Article 6, I move Article 6 as recommended.
Article 6 as recommended. This is $3.8 million for engineering, design, permitting of a wastewater collection system and to issue bonds or notes. Ms. Lowell.
Hello, I'm Amy Lowell. I'm the town's wastewater superintendent. Thank you. That's a nice start. Just keep that going. Article 6 is to fund the design and permitting of Phase 1 of the town's plan to improve water quality in Great Pond. I want to start with a reminder of the reason we need to proceed with this project now. Several reminders, actually. The first is that Great Pond is severely degraded. This is pretty obvious, but I think it needs saying again. These pictures were taken in the upper reaches of Great Pond last year. The degradation in Great Pond is from excess nitrogen from septic systems. Number 2, this is the town's state-approved plan. After many years of data collection, evaluation, and public meetings, the town submitted a targeted watershed management plan for Great Pond to the state in November of 2022. The state approved that plan in January of 2023, earlier this year. Article 6 is the first step in implementing that plan. This figure shows the sewer service area under Article 6. It's the area circled in red. I didn't ask about the pointer. Let's see if that does it. Yeah, it does. Okay, so this is the sewer service area around the upper reaches of Great Pond. A booster lift station would convey that wastewater via force main up to the existing treatment plant, and the discharge would be through expanded beds, open sand beds 14 and 15. I forgot to say at the beginning that I'm going to need more time.
Hit the time limit and then we'll take the vote.
Okay. I'm going to need more time. This sewer area is densely developed and is adjacent to the existing sewer area. The blue area that's shown here is the existing Little Pond sewer area, the most recently implemented sewer area. The next phase that we're talking about building is here in yellow, adjacent to it. Number 4, sewering is the only way to remove 100% of the septic nitrogen load from the lower watershed. And that's what's required to do in order to meet the total maximum daily load nitrogen limit that is set for Great Pond by the state. Number 5, urine diversion and denitrifying septic systems cannot replace sewers. They do not achieve 100% nitrogen removal that's needed in the lower watersheds. They do not have a proven record of implementation at this scale, at a large scale. It is not currently possible to treat urine from 811 properties and use it for fertilizer in the state of Massachusetts. That is something that is worth evaluating, something that is worth piloting, but it is not possible to do that today. These alternative strategies should be used and, in some portions of non-sewer areas. Next, I want to address concerns that have been raised about the potential impacts of treated wastewater discharge. First, the town's wastewater treatment facility removes more than 92% of the nitrogen in the wastewater. It's a tertiary treatment process. The average effluent nitrogen concentration from the wastewater plant over the past 4 years has been 3.0 milligrams per liter. Number 2, discharge from beds 14 and 15 will not flow to West Falmouth Harbor. It's been said and intimated in many letters that it will, but the town's modeling shows that water discharge to beds 14 and 15 will move with groundwater to Crocker Pond, yes, and I'll talk about that, to Buzzards Bay, yes, and to Herring Brook Marsh, yes, and I'll talk about that. but not to West Falmouth Harbor. The School of Marine Science and Technology at UMass Dartmouth performed an evaluation and they concluded that Herring Brook will not be harmed by increased discharge to beds 14 and 15. SMAST has assessed the health of more than 70 coastal ponds in Massachusetts and more than 20 marshes, including marshes in Sandwich, Orleans, and Chatham. The state's nitrogen limits for coastal ponds were based on SMAST recommendations. The SMAST evaluation found that Herring Brook is a healthy salt marsh. The current nitrogen concentration in mid-marsh is approximately 0.5 milligrams per liter. SMAST concluded that if the nitrogen concentration remains below 1 milligram per liter, the marsh will remain healthy. Salt marshes, SMAST said, can accept high nitrogen inputs and remain healthy, unlike coastal ponds, such as Gray Pond. SMAST concluded that increased discharge will not harm Herring Brook. They modeled 500,000 gallons per day of discharge at open sand beds 14 and 15, in addition to the existing discharge. They found that the total nitrogen concentration in Herring Brook would increase from 0.5 milligrams per liter to 0.52 milligrams per liter, well below the 1 milligram per liter in total nitrogen threshold. I should note, it's important to note that the planned discharge from phase 1, which is what's proposed under Article 6, is 200,000 gallons per day of permitted discharge capacity, less than half of what SMAST modeled here. Buzzards Bay Coalition has talked a lot about and written a lot about a Buzzards Bay salt marsh study that they performed. The coalition selected sections of 12 Buzzards Bay marshes for study. The coalition concluded that Herring Brook lost more vegetated area than any other marsh in Buzzards Bay, and therefore was greatly impaired and could not accommodate any additional nitrogen. However, this is the area that the Buzzards Bay Coalition selected for its study. This is the portion of Herring Brook Marsh that they selected for their study. This, I hope you can see, is Herring Brook Marsh. It stretches from one part of the screen to another. It's a small marsh, but this is a very small part of that marsh. And this is the lowest elevation part of the marsh, and it is adjacent to the large overflow sand parking lot for the beaches there. And there is a great deal of foot traffic adjacent to that parking lot. This study area is not representative of the Herring Brook Marsh and is not a good basis for their conclusions. The Buzzards Bay Coalition has also referred a great deal to a letter that they commissioned from a scientist in Connecticut. That scientist did not visit Herring Brook Marsh and did no study of Herring Brook Marsh, but did agree with the Buzzards Bay Coalition's conclusions. SMAST reviewed this scientist's letter and the Buzzards Bay Coalition's study and said, not only pointed out the small study area, but also pointed out that the marsh is actually expanding into the back of the sand parking area that I referred to, indicating that yes, sea level rise may be affecting Herring Brook Marsh, like many other, like all other low-lying areas in the world will ultimately be affected by sea level rise, but that this is a healthy marsh that is expanding where it is possible to expand. Moving on to Crocker Pond. In 2013, Ecologic, a consulting firm, evaluated the potential impact to Crocker Pond of treated wastewater discharge at beds 14 and 15. That study included a review of historic pond water quality data, bathymetric survey, which means depths. This is a depth figure showing that Crocker Pond is a kettle pond, deepest in the center. Soil borings and soil sample analysis. The study concluded that, number one, the pond is phosphorus limited, meaning that algae growth within the pond is controlled by phosphorus input. And number two, that the aquifer soils between the discharge and Crocker Pond have a large capacity to sequester phosphorus. In 2021, the town, in anticipation of increasing the discharge to beds 14 and 15, had Ecologic update that 2013 study. Ecologic examined the well and pond data collected since the previous study, evaluated the potential impact on the pond of increased discharge to beds 14 and 15.
Ms. Lowell, we're just going to need to take that procedural vote. How much additional time do you need?
4 minutes, please.
4 minutes. All those in favor of the additional 4 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. You guys have it unanimous.
Thank you. It's based on that evaluation, Ecologic conservatively estimated that it would take more than 100 years for the phosphorus discharged at beds 14 and 15 to reach Crocker Pond. Number 5, the town monitors groundwater wells and surface water downgrading of the discharge. The town monitors a total of 17 wells. That's what these, that's what those yellow dots are on the figure. And we also monitor water quality in Crocker Pond and in West Falmouth Harbor. 6, and finally, increased discharge to beds 14 and 15 would be short-term. This is a conceptual plan of the path forward if the town votes Article 6 as printed. The T-ticket sewer, which is the Great Pond Phase 1 sewering that I've been discussing, if Article 6 passes, would take 1 year to permit and design, and 2 years to bid, award, and construct. That means that by 2027, the sewer would be available for connections. And so properties would begin connecting to the sewer in 2027, and that means that the nitrogen load to Great Pond would start to decrease starting in 2027. Now, what would be happening with beds 14 and 15 during that time? The actual average flow to beds 14 and 15 right now is about 180,000 gallons per day. Nothing would change for the next 3 years while we design and then construct the system. Then in 2027, the flow would gradually increase as properties connect to the sewer, ultimately stabilizing at less than 320,000 gallons per day and staying that way until approximately 2032, when the town is intending to have an outfall available. So let's go down and talk about the outfall. The outfall, we have to collect a couple of years of data that Steve was talking about. Then we have to permit that, and so that's not just applying for the permit, it's the agency time to review and approve them, and then we need to design it. So we're allocating 5 years, which is quite reasonable for that time frame, or for those requirements, and then another 3 years for construction of that outfall and the force main to it. So what this means is that if you vote Article 6 as printed, we start reducing nitrogen load to Great Pond in 2027. And in the meantime, during that time, there is a moderate increase in flow to beds 14 and 15 for about 5 to 6 years until the outfall becomes available. When the outfall is available, then the town ceases all discharge to land sites, including beds 14 and 15, and all discharge goes to that outfall. Please vote Article 6 as printed, so that the town can continue to make progress towards improving water quality in Great Pond while pursuing an outfall for all future treated wastewater discharge. Thank you.
Okay. Discussion on Article 6. Yep, Mr. Hoyfelder.
John Waterbury of Precinct 1 and a member of the Water Quality Management Committee. I have been a member of the Coalition for Buzzards Bay for more than 20 years. I've served on their board of directors and am currently a member of their Science Advisory Committee. I believe that there is no compelling science which indicates that if the town discharges tertiary treated wastewater as part of the T-Ticket Nura Vista sewer project to beds 14 and 15, that it will negatively impact the marsh at Herring Brook. In fact, that, as Amy has just said, that discharge will be temporary, occurring for several years while we permit and build our outfall, at which point all the present and future flows of wastewater will be discharged through the outfall. I encourage you to cut through the noise and pass Article 6 as it is printed in your warrant. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. McConerty. Mr. McConerty.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Peter McConerty, Director of Public Works. Folks, there's been a lot of information that's been sent. It's been sent around, a lot of presentations, a lot of information from the town of Falmouth, a lot of information from the Buzzards Bay Coalition, from Mass Tech, and the different technologies that are out there. You heard from Stephen Rafferty with the Water Quality Management Committee. You heard from Amy. On more terms that I would like to speak to for the residents, for town meeting members, I just got some items I would like to point out. See if we can cut through some of the information and conflicting information that's been out there. So for TASA 1, as Amy had showed the first phase, the town's been working at, there's 3 elements to degradation of the Perch Pond and Great Pond. The nitrogen runoff from the abutting properties, number 1. In 2012, the town passed a nitrogen control bylaw. That should have been taking care of that, which controls the nitrogen that can be put on properties at certain times of the year. The stormwater from T-Ticket Path leading down to Perch Pond. The town designed is the second contribution for the degradation of the ponds. The town designed, permitted, and constructed a new stormwater system leading from Route 28 and down T-Ticket Path in 2018. That was completed. That stops most of the portion of stormwater leading into Perch Pond by a series of underground containment systems and swales. Article 6 is the last step needed to finish the decade-long plus plan to improve the water quality in these ponds. Second item, Water Quality Management Committee. They were formed in 2011. That's 12 years ago. They were tasked with developing a plan to help remove the nitrogen by alternate means and solutions. Increased estuary tidal flooding, increased shellfish in the ponds, and reduction of the stormwater discharges. The plan has been implemented, and the town, along with the committee, has been working towards improving the water quality and complying with the Mass DEP regulations. Article 6 is the next step in the plan. It has been mentioned at precinct meetings, and it has been mentioned many times that if Article 6 does not pass, the town will need to reevaluate the current wastewater plan. Let me just give a little indication of what that reevaluation could mean. The reevaluation could mean that one of the few options available has been taken off the table. The town needs to look at the feasibility of constructing a system or the request for the motion is with a discharge area other than beds 14 and 15, and that could cost an increase to exceed $27 million. In simple terms, would a town resident or anyone in this room, would they contract with an engineer to design a septic system for their property without a leach field and expect to go to the Board of Health and receive a permit and to say, we'll design a leach field at a future date? Doesn't make sense. If Article 6 does not pass, it'll raise attention to Mass DEP and it will limit our options to conform to the new regulations that are on the horizon. So, as I mentioned about all the information, I need to rely on our professional staff. I need to rely on our committees. I need to rely on the hired consultants to provide the magnitude of data in which decisions can be made. The Town of Falmouth Public Works and the Water Quality Management Committee had in-depth studies conducted that outlined that a proposed TASA wastewater design that includes a discharge to beds 14 and 15 at the wastewater treatment plant will create limited effects to West Falmouth, Herringbrook, and the salt marshes. In my opinion, it would be irresponsible to vote no on 6. The degradation of Perch Pond and Great Pond would continue for an additional 6 to 8 years until a possible outfall solution is achieved. To me, that doesn't make sense. And the last point, at the end of the day, the Town of Falmouth officials that are on the stage tonight, along with the wastewater superintendent and myself, will be the responsible parties on the permit, not the Buzzards Bay Coalition, not the Massachusetts Alternative Septic System Test Center, and not any town association. So please vote Article 6 as printed.
Okay, up in the balcony. Yeah, right there, behind the mic. There's a switch on the side. You just need to pop it up.
Matthew Hanley, 710 Thomas Landers Road. I'm a direct abutter to this parcel. I actually spoke against this discharge site back in 2012, and my family actually fought the town of Falmouth and went to pre-hearing mediation, and at that time, we had a couple things that we're interested in protecting. One was our property boundary, because the site was going to go up within 25 feet of our property line and degrade our property value. Additionally, we were fighting for our water rights for our agricultural well, which we lost because of this site. I hired an attorney, and we were fighting to push those beds as designed, expanding closer to our property, and in the TAS report showed the beds extending onto our property. Since then, I've been doing my research, speaking with Mass DEP, attending conferences, and there's a lot of things that are being overlooked here. In the time frame Amy Lowell's presenting, she's saying that it will take 1 year for the permitting to be done. That is false. Mark Drainville from GHD mentioned in a hearing, in a meeting with Mashpee Selectmen and the Mashpee Sewer Commission, that Department of DEP, Mass DEP, is backlogged 1 year. So even if we submitted our permit without contested, it would take a year before we even heard. In addition to that, Falmouth has not prepared the migration corridor survey, the wildlife survey, and they haven't contacted the Wampanoag Indians to do their archaeological survey. From my understanding with my talks with Mass DEP, to have those surveys done is an additional 2 years. So because we're not ready to move forward with the proper surveys to be done, and the additional backlog because of COVID, we're 3 years out before we even get on to be heard. So I just wanted a correction there, so everyone knows if this votes through, it's going to be 3 years before we go to for the permit hearing, if it's not contested by Buzzards Bay Coalition. And last time it was contested by Buzzards Bay Coalition, it took 3 years and 2 months for that to be resolved. Just a piece of information. Thank you.
Ms. Feynman Silva, do you have an amendment? Yep.
Hi, Sandra Feynman Silva, Precinct 2. I would like to address the financial issues of this particular motion. And I would like to amend it as follows, based on research that was conducted by a University of Michigan civil and environmental engineering professor, Nancy G. Love. And this is a proposal that will cost $40 million. And in her research, she argued that this is approximately twice what the utility engineer that she consulted spends in similar communities throughout the coastal region of the Chesapeake Bay area. So the article suggests that we amend Article 6 as follows, that the cost estimate for this sewer be evaluated independently through a value engineering analysis or other suitable cost analysis. And 2, that the town of Falmouth consult with other coastal communities that have installed what are called grinders or with other technology experts before agreeing to use them as part of any sewer plan. And again, based on Dr. Love's research, the grinders she found were cheap and easy to install, but maintenance had very high maintenance costs, and some called these a maintenance nightmare. So I am suggesting this amendment.
Okay, so Ms. Silva, this is adding this language to the main motion, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so so the addition to the language, so the funding would all be there the way it's written out, and the addition would be, 1, that cost estimate for this sewer be evaluated independently through a value engineering analysis or other suitable cost analysis, and 2, that the town of Falmouth consult with other coastal communities that have installed grinders or with other technology experts before agreeing to using them as part of any sewer plan. So that would be an addition to the language that's in the main motion as recommended. So discussion is now on the amendment. Mr. Patamas.
Jerry Patamas, Precinct 2. I'd like to remind many of you that we already have grinder pumps in this town, and they've been hugely successful. I have a grinder pump. I've never had an issue with it. There was some initial issues with it freezing, but that was quickly resolved. So when a professor from out of the state tells us that grinder pumps are not efficient or a nightmare, that letter should have included qualifications of where that information came from, because we have done grinder pumps in this town, and they have been very successful. They're a lot less expensive than sewers and a lot easier to handle than vacuum pumps. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion on the amendment? Yeah.
Hi, my name's Tom Dignas from Precinct 3, and I'd like to elaborate a little bit on what our last speaker just said. That letter informing us all about the professor from Michigan, I think it was dated November 11th. It appeared in my email box as I was having dinner tonight before I came here. And I'd like to fully agree with the comments about grinders being widespread use. Her expertise is with coastal communities in the Chesapeake Bay area. And finally, my encouragement is that we all trust our own people to do these investigations properly. I'm sorry.
Okay, folks, let's go.
I love Michigan, great football teams, but we don't need them telling our people how to do our water quality issues. Thanks very much.
Okay, discussion on the amendment. Ms. Feynman Silva.
Thank you. I would simply respond by arguing that any additional research I think is productive. This is a very expensive project. And yes, this may indeed be found if the grinder pumps, if research is conducted on these pumps, which obviously it has, and this will give us additional information to help us feel that our money is being well spent. So I am going to continue to request that we add these items to the motion as amended.
Okay, the balcony, is there, on the amendment? Yeah.
Oh, can you hear me? My name is Dan Gray. I'm a resident of Falmouth Port. I live in a condominium community. We've been closely following this project now within Falmouth Port for well over 5.5, 6 years. I've attended multiple water quality management meetings as well as discussions with the Department of Public Works and various officials. It is important, I think, for people to understand that the majority of people in Falmouth Port have single-family housing, and they have their own issues as far as the kind of wastewater systems that are available to them. Within a condominium community, of course, there is a responsibility of the trust documents, the deeds, and the obligations of the trustees to provide utility services within the financial bounds of what is approved as far as monthly income. So from one perspective, the Board of Trustees within Falmouth Port have to treat the common areas and the delivery of utilities similar to the town of Falmouth, and that they have to provide it on a near 100% availability basis. There's been mentioned about grinder pumps. They're a very interesting and in an appropriate situation, logical solution. But it does have maintenance issues, maintenance tails, an obligation on the board of the condominium association to find backup systems such that your wastewater is properly treated and disposed of. I would just say, from my perspective, and then having followed this project, that we need to approve Article 6 as written.
Okay, to the back right here. Yep. This is on the amendment.
Hi, Tara Valley, Precinct 7. These studies and this research can be done while you're getting a permit for it. We need to get this sewering done and done now. As you wait and hold off, the costs rise, and our bodies of water around are not getting any better.
Okay, Mr. Netto, and then Mr. Rafferty.
Joe Netto, Precinct 9. I would hope this town meeting would vote Article 6, excuse me, as printed, and leave it at that. To address this amendment, I have some direct information to give you, because I was one of 4 people that got an amendment passed at the town meeting when we sewered the Little Pond Heights area, and it had to deal with grinder pumps. We have 700 grinder pumps out of the 1,500 homes that we sewered. Ms. Lowell, can I ask you a question, please? Out of those 700 grinder pumps that have been in operation for the last 4 or 5 years, are there a tremendous amount of maintenance problems with them? No. We have a plethora of sewer engineers recently in the town of Falmouth. And I'm going to put my money on Mrs. Lowell, who has a job with a degree and a background, and she knows what she's talking about. And I'm also going to put my money on Mr. McConaty, Peter McConaty, who's the director of Public Works in this town, who has an engineering degree and who knows what he's talking about. And Mr. Rafferty, who's the head of the Water Quality Management Committee, was our past water superintendent and has dealt with water issues and sewerage around the world. And as a matter of fact, he helped and worked on that single Boston MWRA outfall pipe that puts 9.5 million gallons of treated sewage in Cape Cod Bay every day. So I trust these professionals to guide this project. And remember what Mr. McConaty told you. It's those officials on the stage and himself whose name is on that permit. And as Mrs. Lowell pointed out in her presentation, we have more than adequate protection off of those sewer beds 14 and 15. I would hope we would get this project moving forward tonight. There are, from Falmouth Harbor to Walkwhite Bay, south of Route 26, I went to the town's GIS facility and worked with the director. Why are we sewering these southern estuaries? Why? Because from Falmouth Harbor to Walkwhite Bay, south of Route 28, lies 36% of all the homes in Falmouth. I used to shell fish in Perch Pond. I hope to be in Great Bay next week, Cohaugen. The degradation of these ponds is caused by everyone sitting in this room, your house, my house. And voting yes on Article 6 is another step to help to clean up our estuaries. Please vote yes on 6 as written. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Rafferty. I just want to be clear, the main motion in your booklet is as recommended. I know we're interchanging the words as printed and as recommended, but as printed is the article part at the top. The main motion is as recommended in your warrant book, okay? Mr. Rafferty.
I rise to request that we vote on the amendment.
You want to close discussion on the amendment? Okay, close discussion on the amendment. All in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it by the 2/3. Discussion's closed. The question will now come on, on the amendment. The question will now come on Ms. Feynman Silva's amendment to add to those two sentences. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. It's been the chairs that the noes have it by a majority, and the amendment is not adopted. Mr. Antonucci.
Yeah, Bobby Antonucci, Precinct 6. I love the debate on town meeting floor. But I come from Precinct 6, and if you drive through Precinct 6, all you see is vote no on Article 6. So in fairness to a number of the people in that precinct who have notified me, I am going to propose an amendment and let town meeting discuss it. I bring it because of the representatives in that precinct, and if you went to the precinct meeting, you heard the same thing. So I don't need any boos. I just want you to listen. I think we have to give this a fair shot. Everyone in that precinct is supporting the expansion of sewerage for T-Ticket. Not a question. The scientists have brought forth to people in that precinct the issue of discharge. I'm not a scientist. I'm here to present it. They'll present their side of it. But I think it needs to be explored. As we did the last amendment, we voted it down. So the amendment I'm proposing this evening on the behalf of a number of people is to amend Article 6 by deleting the words "and permitting" in line 2 and the words "the expansion of the town's existing northernmost open sand beds for discharge of treated wastewater," and in lines 4 and 5. I presented this motion on their behalf to the town moderator, and I'd like to call on Chris Neal to talk about the amendment. Chris, where are you?
Okay, so if you look at your main motion,
Oh, there he is, up there. Sorry, Chris.
the main motion as recommended, we're taking out the words "and permitting," and then the sentence or the clause after the wastewater treatment facility, we're going to strike "and the expansion of the town's existing northernmost open sand beds for discharge of treated wastewater."
Right.
Okay, I just want to make sure everybody can find it in the book, since we don't have a slide here for that. Okay, presentation that, Mr. Neal.
Oh, I'm Chris Neal, Precinct 1, and many of you know me. I've been writing articles about the environment and the enterprise for 30 years now. I'm also on the Buzzards Bay Science Advisory Committee, and I think that the notion that there's not going to be any impact of nitrogen going into salt marshes is erroneous. I think there's a lot of evidence today that salt marshes are under multiple stresses, and nitrogen is clearly one of them. And at the levels, and the forms of nitrogen that would come in from this discharge. So I would support this amendment and argue that that we should reconsider the discharge to Herring Brook. The other point I want to make is that why should we do this without offsets? There are plenty of options available to reduce to keep the nitrogen going into Herring Brook at the same level it is today. If we offset what the town is arguing is a relatively small amount of new nitrogen going in, because it is highly treated water, the plant works great. I'm not arguing that, and I'm not arguing we need more sewering in a lot of the rest of the town. But let's have offsets for this. Come back with a plan that offsets that nitrogen. And the town, there's a development plan that's going to flow into Great Pond, right? A 300-house development. The town is going to argue that that development should offset all the new nitrogen that's it's putting in. And I would argue that the town's position should be, we're going to do as we do. You're going to argue to this new developer to, do as I say, not as I do. I think that's the wrong sort of moral position for the town to take. So I think this plan could be improved. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, discussion on the amendment. No, okay, we're just going to do the amendment right now. Discussion on the amendment. Yeah, someone in the shadow over there. When I get about halfway through this auditorium, I can't see who I'm looking at here. Yeah.
Rachel Jakuba, Precinct 5, and I'm also the Vice President for Bay Science at the Buzzards Bay Coalition. And I wanted to speak to a couple of points that have been raised. One thing I want to just clarify a couple things from Ms. Lowell's presentation. So the Buzzards Bay Coalition did a study of salt marshes, 12 of them around Buzzards Bay. Herring Brook was actually the second worst, the second highest percentage of marsh loss that we saw. Mattapoisett was number 1, so we're not quite number 1, which is good, but we're still not doing well. The other point I wanted to note is that she circled the area of which the marsh loss was seen, and that was accurate, what she saw, what she circled. However, what is also true is for the whole marsh, if you use USGS data, they've looked at the amount of that area that is unvegetated versus vegetated, and that data shows that the whole marsh system is, the amount of unvegetated area is twice what a healthy marsh would be. SMAS looked at the water and at the sediments. They did not look at the marsh vegetation. And that's what our study looked at. They're two different things. In addition, as we think about what we're looking at here, so we have sewering that would happen in Great Pond. And I think, as has been said by a couple people now, a lot of us agree that the sewering is needed there. There's degradation happening in that water that needs to be cleaned up. The sewering plant does a good job of cleaning up most of the nitrogen. So as Amy said, it's going to take out 92% of the nitrogen. There's 8% that is still going to get discharged into Herring Brook and Crocker Pond. That is new nitrogen to those waters. That is new pollution that we're putting into those waters. Now, it is true that there have been a number of studies to look at what is happening. We know what is certain right now is the degradation we're seeing in Great Pond. We're seeing that now, and it's understandable. I mean, we need to clean it up. I'm not arguing that we don't need to clean it up. We do. But what is uncertain is how much that 8% is going to impact Herring Brook and Crocker Pond. It's uncertain and it's in the future, so it's easy to discount it. But I would really urge people to think about whether we want to make that choice, because I think we can wait for the outfall. And I say that given that what numbers that were presented at the precinct meetings by Mrs. Lowell were that there is excess capacity in the existing discharge beds. So there's an amount of sewering that could happen before we need to go to expanding those beds. And I think we should explore the possibility of using the beds as much as we can until we have the outfall online. I would say that from the discussions we've had with the permitting agencies know that the town of Falmouth is in a bind. Any land-based discharge site is going to have an impact somewhere. The ultimate solution is the ocean outfall, and that's what we need to permit and what the permitting agencies understand we need to permit and are looking to, for us to move forward and get that done, and I think we'll facilitate making it happen as fast as possible. So I think that we have the time to wait for this, and I just would urge you to really think about whether we need to do this. What the amendment on the floor would do is it would move forward the sewering of East Falmouth, but it would pause putting the discharge into Herring Brook and Crocker Pond. Mr. McConaughey mentioned that the fact that it's difficult to, that you need the discharge to have a plan. The town of Yarmouth right now has a plan with DEP. DEP is working with them to expand and create a wastewater discharge that does not yet, or a wastewater collection system, a sewer collection system that does not yet have a discharge. It is possible to do this. Thank you.
Mr. Brown?
Hi, Doug Brown. So this is much too important to just use speculative conjecture about what you might see on a USGS map. Ivan Viella peer-reviewed your study and also the work by Mr. Tobias. And Mr. Viella has been studying salt marshes in this area for 50 years. His idea is that the salt marsh is being degraded by sea level rise. That's the primary problem with that's happened with that salt marsh. I just don't want to see us going down the wrong path just because you guys throw out an idea and try to make it stick with signs all over town. I don't think you're on the right path, and I don't think you're using science. You're just using an argument and signs, and it's not right. We got too much work to do to just waste another 6 years. If we don't have the discharge, we can't apply for the permit. I think Ms. Lowell explained that very clearly.
Mr. McConerty? Okay, folks, let's go. Mr. McConerty?
Peter McConerty, Director of Public Works, and I was just informed by our finance director, who was the previous finance director for Yarmouth, who just stated to me that Yarmouth does have a discharge site. So just want to make sure we're not getting conflicting information on that. Once again, I bring it up to you. We're requesting town meeting to appropriate $3.8 million to design a system. That's design, permit, and discharge. Does town meeting really want to spend $3.8 million for a design and permitting to go for a permit or without the discharge? You're not going to get it permitted without a discharge. It's not going to happen. And the town would have to reevaluate, here comes that word again, which means we'd have to look at one of our other land-based sites. That's not just going down the street and putting in a septic system. It's a full underground piping utility system that would have to be designed to evaluate one of the other remaining sites. For how long? We're going to do it for 4 years? 4 years, 5 years, until the possible outfall comes into fruition? It does not make sense to me as an engineer that we'd spend that kind of money and remove the discharge portion of it. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Netto?
Joe Netto, Precinct 9. I would like to address a statement that was just made by the person from the Buzzards Bay Coalition. I met with the Buzzards Bay Coalition at a friend of mine's house in West Falmouth after the precinct 8 and 9 meeting, and I listened to a presentation. And I heard that person say the same thing that was said here tonight about the town of Yarmouth, that they didn't have to have a discharge permit. I said, "You sure about that?" And my answer was yes. So the next day I called the town administrator in the town of Yarmouth. And when I told him what was said, he says, "Are you kidding me?" He says, "You're not going to get a permit to design without having a discharge permit." As a matter of fact, DEP has told them to go back to the drawing board on their discharge because the DEP is saying your discharge is inadequate. And I sat here tonight and heard the same group say the same thing. And I talked to the town administrator in Yarmouth, and he says, "Don't believe it." And I'm telling you, that was a conversation that I had with Mr. Rittenau, who's the town administrator in Yarmouth, the very next day. Everyone's an engineer. I said that earlier. Let's vote this again as printed, and let's move this forward. Thank you.
Okay. Is this on the amendment? On the amendment? Oh, then stop waving at me. Anything else on the amendment? Yep. Mr. Cullinane.
Jason Cullinane, Precinct 6. I recommend we vote on the amendment. Call the amendment.
You move the previous question? Okay. All those in favor of closing discussion on this amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it unanimously. So the question will now come on the amendment to remove the word "and permitting" and the sentence or clause of the sentence "and the expansion of the town's existing northernmost open sand beds for discharge of treated wastewater." All those in favor of the amendment to remove that language signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Subpoena the chairs that the noes have it by a majority. All right. The gentleman want to talk on the underlying motion?
Yes. My name is Michael McGrath, and I'm an engineer. I want to tell you that I built the first denitrifying septic system in Massachusetts. I also was a co-founder, along with 2 others, of a company called Environmental Operating Solutions. When you denitrify wastewater, you have to add a carbon. The carbon source of choice was methanol. Let me think. It's a poison, it's carcinogenic, it's explosive, it burns without a visible flame, you can't touch it, you can't breathe it, so you have to build a special room to store it and use it. So that explains my background. I'm against the outfall. If you go on ResearchGate and you look under Michael B. McGrath, there's an article on contaminants of emerging concern. When we treat wastewater, there are certain chemicals, pharmaceuticals, personal care products, and some disease organisms that pass through tertiary treated wastewater. So what I actually did was I built a test filter and I used tertiary treated wastewater, and I did reduce a majority of the chemicals and most of the viruses and bacteria. And so I'm in favor of discharging into the ground, and I'm not in favor of the outfall, because the outfall will cause the treated wastewater will pop up to the surface, and then the wind will disperse some of these cancer-causing chemicals. And so I look at it as a much greater risk than most people do. The other thing, there are PFOs and PFAs that pass through wastewater treatment systems. I built stratified sand filters, and I know that if we dispose of the effluent into the ground, then the long distance that it will travel will reduce the contaminants of emerging concern and also reduce the PFAs. What we ought to pat the DPW on the back is that our wastewater treatment plant is discharging less than 2 parts per million of total nitrogen. That's a very good performance. And my point is they should go back to DEP and use what's called the Redfield ratio and even do a test, because I don't think they need to follow the DEP mandated formulas for how much you can discharge per square foot. I have used this in a small-scale system in North Falmouth, and I discharge 2.5, and I can't find a plume, but at the same time, it's very low flow. So I would urge you not to vote the outfall. One final thing about the outfall is the pipe is going to be below sea level, and we have a wastewater treatment plant on top of a hill. And no matter how you do it, that water is going to come down with a lot of force and will come up, and we will end up with fresh water with these contaminants floating on the surface, and the wind will disperse it. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Donald? Mr. Donald? Yep. We're on the main motion.
I have 4 minutes, do I?
Yep.
I first got introduced to this subject, my attention was drawn to this subject by Joe Netto in the April town meeting. And he got up and he said, folks, this sewer project is going to cost $50 million. And we have 14 estuaries that we need to do. So if you want to do the math, it's pretty scary. Somewhere in the neighborhood of $600 to $700 million. I don't think we can handle this. So that got my attention. And I've been peeing outside for a couple of years, much to my wife's chagrin. But I've been saving a lot of water, and I've gotten involved in this the urine diversion, and it makes a lot of sense. And so I'm going to here tonight, I'm going to give you a little presentation on an alternative. So how do I do this?
So, Mr. Donald,
Yes.
Let's keep the discussion on the main motion.
It is on the main motion.
So
Yes. This is an alternative.
Are you making an amendment?
No, I'm not making an amendment. I'm
Okay.
making an alternative. All right.
I think we've got another article where we're going to invest. The select board is already investing in that program. So why don't you make your comments either for or against this main motion?
Right. I'm addressing this main motion.
You're going to make the same presentation we all saw at the last town meeting, aren't you?
No?
No?
I didn't make a presentation. I didn't make a presentation.
I know you didn't make it. I'm going to say it's beyond the scope. If you want to talk about this motion, let's do it.
Yeah, I want to talk
because we can talk about 100 different alternatives, and we're not doing that tonight.
All right. Okay. I'd like to talk about the main motion. What does the main motion say? It says install a. Here, let me get my book here. I'll tell you what the main.
Who's our next speaker? Anybody else want to speak on this? Go ahead, Ms. Bumpus. Ms. Bumpus has got the floor. I'll come back to you after.
Catherine Bumpus, Precinct 1. I respectfully ask that we call a question.
We have a motion to close discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it by the 2/3, and I so declare. The question now comes on the main motion. Both amendments failed, so it's the main motion as recommended. This requires a 2/3 vote because of the authorization to bond. So we're going to use a slide and the clickers. All those in favor of the main motion as recommended signify by pressing 1A. All those opposed signify by pressing 2B. Again, all those in favor of the main motion signify by pressing 1A. All those opposed, 2B. By a counted vote of 173 in favor and 23 opposed, I declare the 2/3 was passed. Article 12. Article 12, the Select Board for the recommendation.
Mr. Moderator, I recommend indefinite postponement on Article 12.
Okay, Article 12's recommendation is indefinite postponement, and I'll have a positive motion on the floor.
Thank you. My name is Bill Dinan from Precinct 5. I'm here to discuss Article 12 and put a positive motion in play here. I have a positive motion for the moderator.
Okay, is it just as printed, or did you change it at all?
I changed.
Okay, yeah, we're definitely going to need it. Okay, so this is an appropriations motion, which will be beyond the scope of the article?
To get it funded?
Not in this article. This article wasn't posted as an appropriations article.
Okay.
Is there other language in here that correction is needed for the safe
To
access?
appropriate the amount of money needed to correct the situation with the article.
Yeah, so there's no appropriation language in the posted article, so therefore we can't appropriate under this article?
Okay. We can take an amendment off the floor, I guess, but once we talk about it.
Not to appropriate, because it's beyond the scope of what was posted in the warrant.
Okay, then we'll discuss the article.
Yeah.
Ready to
So
move forward?
do you want to do as printed?
As printed.
Yeah, okay, as printed is the main motion, Mr. Dinan.
Again, this is about something that happened over 28 years ago. And my involvement in this came about 3 years ago. The owner of this property is Mr. O'Brien, who's got a slide presentation he's going to bring down and show. Him and I served together in the Marine Corps years ago, many years ago. He lives on 241 Scranton Ave across from the Flying Bridge. He's been denied access to that property to get to the street, but no curb cuts. And recently the town took care of the encroachment with the sidewalk that was on his property for the last 25 years. That happened in October. He still is unable to use the driveway and get into his garage. It's a safety issue for both people on Scranton Ave and him backing out of the driveway. He's been kicking the can down the street for the last 28 years. He went active duty in the Marine Corps and was unable to reply from Afghanistan and Iraq to get this corrected. He came back disabled. When he left, his kids were pre-teenagers. All three children he has now, a daughter and a son, officers in the Navy. He has a son that's a helicopter pilot in the Marine Corps. And again, that's 28 years ago. I take this personal, that we're not taking care of people that have a right to have access to a street so they can use their house. Mr. O'Brien's been through a lot. I've asked him to pull every piece of information in all boards that he's discussed this property issue with. That includes 3 town councils, 3 town managers, and 25 selectmen. 28 years. How long does it take to correct something? I heard stuff about 5 years tonight, but we can't take care of this veteran, we can't take care of this person and resolve this. I'd like Mr. O'Brien to come up and show his presentation he put together. Mr. O'Brien, I said, I'm not as patient as you.
Could you folks make sure your cell phones are on a silent mode, please?
I would have went to court to wait 28 years, because when his children come back from the service from overseas, it could be another 10 years. And that's too late. I'm sorry, I'm upset about it. Mr. O'Brien?
Mr. O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, town selectmen, town managers, town council, for allowing me to do this presentation. I just click and remove. Who's the IT? Just click. Okay. This is a property, it's a 241 Scranton Avenue. This is a plan of the property on the land. You can see,
Could you just speak into the mic so the folks at home can hear?
oh, I'm sorry. As you can see, it's a plan view that shows where the curb cuts would be and where the driveway would be. Now, I've gone over this with the DPW. He's familiar with the plan. He understands it. We talked about the neighbors and how it was going to play in, and we have a good handle on it. This is a cursory timeline. You can see a lot of items on it. The big items I want to bring out is the 1995 was when this started. Went through many iterations, and then finally in 2021, town council at the time put in for a taking of the land. Now, the land has had a mistakenly placed sidewalk on it. And after all this discussion, the answer was going to be, we'll just take it. Well, I appealed to this very body, to the people, most of them are here right now, to the town meeting body, and they said no. Thank goodness. Mr. Moderator at the time said, let's fix it. Now, it's been 2.5 years since then. The new town manager has taken the first positive step on this very recently. As you can see, the town's DPW came and modified the sidewalk. On the right-hand side, that long line is some of the sidewalk being removed. And this is down at the end where there was a big radius. It's asphalt, that still has to be modified. The point being, it is now off my property, but I still got to get curb cuts in and out of there. Now, some of the issues with the curb cuts are economical. Had I done this 28 years ago, I'd have to appeal maybe $1,000. You want to do it now, we're talking $25,000, $30,000. That's an awful lot for the town to ask me to have to carry, in addition to the fact that I didn't have the pleasure of using it. Now, in the most recent, when this article went in, most recently, we stood in front of the selectmen, and the recommendation that came out said that to pay for or perform work to a benefit of a private party when there is no public benefit to the town in exchange for some work is improper. And we have town council here who I'm sure back that up. Now, I want to rebut some of that. The no public benefit. There are public benefits. Specifically, it protects having properly made curb cuts are also handicap ramps and are also an avenue on and off a property, across a sidewalk where pedestrians walk, and onto a roadway where motorists drive. Now, this roadway, particular, Scranton Avenue, is directly across the street from the Flying Bridge, which also has 2 curb cuts and has quite a bit of traffic. It's not 1 or 2 people pulling into the garage. On a weekend night during the summer, could be 40 or 50 cars coming in and out of there. So it becomes even more critical for the public safety to have these curb cuts and to have them put in and done correctly. They're necessary for the safe benefit of everybody who's in the town and anybody who uses it, pedestrian and motorist. Now, also when a town does these, the town owns the sidewalk. The town really does own this sidewalk now, because now it's been modified. It's not the full sidewalk that was there before. So for anybody to go and do curb cuts on it, they may have to be redone because of the modifications that have been done by the town. It's on town property. It serves the town. So more reason to have it done. And kind of the bottom line with all this, I have it there and highlighted, it's the right thing to do. Now, I know the select board's recommendation was indefinite postponement. Now, I can only take a guess what that is, but it sounds like a bureaucratic black hole. And after 28 years, how much more do we have to postpone it? I heard people here tonight say they haven't even lived in the town for 28 years. I don't know if I have another 28 years to wait for this indefinite postponement. So my first appeal to the board is to vote on this tonight. My second appeal to this board is, to this body, is for empathy. If anybody here owns a house and has curb cuts, or doesn't have curb cuts, isn't allowed access in and off their own property, what would you do? How much patience, how much time, how much work with this town would you do to keep this going? Now, also for benefits. It says without a benefit to the town was one of the reasons this was being indefinitely postponed. Let's consider the fact for the last 28 years, the town has had the benefit of that sidewalk on my property. They've been paid ahead. They've been paid forward. It's important, again, the costs have risen to keep traffic and pedestrians safe. Also, work on private property. Did my homework. Up there are 4 different cases, which in essence state that town monies can be used to work on private property if it serves a public purpose. The public purpose here is safety. Safety for pedestrians, safety for motorists, on something that's been paid for, the town has gotten the benefit from for over 28 years. So I appeal to everybody at the board to vote positive on this, to not take the recommendation of an indefinite black hole, bureaucratic black hole postponement. I appreciate your support. Any questions?
That's, if you're going to speak, you need to speak from a microphone, and questions go through me.
Does this survey that was done wrong by the town of Falmouth affect any other household on Scranton Ave?
Mr. McConerty.
Good evening, Peter McConerty. I do have a presentation to go along with this Article 12, but I think it's appropriate at this time. We just had the observance of Veterans Day, and I would like to say thank you to Mr. O'Brien, being in the Marine Corps, and also our petitioner, Mr. Dinan, for being in the Marine Corps, and I truly thank you for your service in the Marine Corps, especially during these times in the world of turbulence. I do think it's only appropriate to recognize them and anyone else that are veterans in this audience. So in short terms, the sidewalk was surveyed and the design plan was done in 1989 and installed. Are there other properties on Scranton Ave? We could go back and review that. But at this time, we know that we have an encroachment of 155 square feet from, on 241.
Okay, Mr. Young?
Bob Young, Precinct 5. Thank you, Peter. I was going to say the same thing since we just went through Veterans Day. This fellow's been a Marine for 28 years away from home. It wouldn't take much to go down and put a couple of curb cuts in that sidewalk. I think the town did use his property improperly for a number of years, and to make up for that, we should make this correct and give him his curb cuts. Drive down Scranton Avenue and see what he's facing. It's just common sense, folks.
Okay. Ms. Lichtenstein? Leslie? Yep, Ms. Lichtenstein?
Could we have a price for Mr. McConaughey for the town to pay for this? Because a benefit for the town, how many hours have our town council been billed for working on this? How many hours have our town managers been working on this? How many hours has Peter and the Department of Public Works that does such a wonderful job for us been working on this? I think we've probably already spent way over what it's going to cost to do this. And I think that we'll save money if we just give him his curb cuts. Thank you.
Mr. McConaughey?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. If you don't mind, if town meeting doesn't mind, I do have a presentation to put along with this. Ready to go? Approved? So, like I said, the sidewalk was surveyed and designed in 1989, and we went through and put in a concrete sidewalk and granite curb down Scranton Ave in 1989, 1990. This house was built in 1995. So at the time when we went through this, it was a vacant lot. And it has been said that Mr. O'Brien has been denied access to his property. At no point, I started with the town in 2007, and this project was actually handed off to me from our previous assistant town engineer and town surveyor Ray Young. So I worked with Ray Young on this project also. But at no point in time did the town ever deny Mr. O'Brien access to his property. Just like any other developer or a resident that's building a house in the town of Falmouth, they go to the engineering department and public works and they pull out a driveway permit, and it can be pulled and it can be done at any point in time. So the town of Falmouth did not hinder that process or did not step in the way of that. So just for everyone to know, so if you're looking at this, you're looking at Scranton Ave. On the right, you're looking at the building with the blue roof. That's the Flying Bridge. His house is directly across the street. He is correct, it does have 2 curb cuts. As you can see, his house across the street does not have curb cuts to his driveway. So the history of this is myself, I think I am the only town employee currently right now that's still employed with the town that's worked on this project for so many years with Mr. O'Brien. It has been going on since 1995. I've been working on it since 2007. And as Mr. Dinan said, there's been multiple town managers, multiple town councils, multiple directors of public works and town engineers. So the history of this is the town council and public works, we've been working with the property owner for approximately 25 years, as has been said. There's been numerous attempts during that time frame to resolve the encroachment issue. I was looking through a folder today and I came across a memo to the previous director of public works, Raymond Jack, in May of 2009 that said this exact, to remove the panels and put in a double driveway curb cut was about $4,500 at that time. That was 2009. We also revisited this in 2014, I believe 2016. Everyone knows that we went back to town meeting in 2021. After 2021, I worked with the property owner and town council, and then we brought it to our current town manager in 2023. So there's at least 5 times that proposals have been sent to the town. We work with the property owner. Problem is the property owner was fine with Public Works. They were fine with Public Works doing the curb cut. The curb cut was never the problem. It's that the curb cut wasn't enough. The property owner wanted something more other than the curb cuts, and it was something that, as Director of Public Works, I did not have authorization to do. Only recently, under this current article, you see that there's a request to do some work on private property. Again, as Public Works Director, as a public official, I am not allowed and I am not authorized to do any work on private property. So all proposals were explored. We went through licenses. Licenses were not good for the town. They can be revoked after work is done. Easements didn't work out well for the town. We went down that route, but didn't want to have an easement either. And in 2021, we looked at doing a taking from it, and that did not pass. So the latest action in 2023, per the order of our town manager, Mr. Renshaw, was to remove the sidewalk from the encroachment. So when we did this, it's already been done, and I do have some photos on this, but when we did this, our highway superintendent took our Commission on Disabilities director, Kathleen Haynes, out to the site, explained exactly what was going on, what was going to happen, and how the sidewalk was going to be left until further notice. She was perfectly fine with that. We went through the explanation of how the sidewalk would be cut back, and she was in agreement with the work. So it's a lot of information, but basically what it says is we were going to, through the years, several times, I believe five to six times, we offered the property owner a double curb cut. And what this basically, there's a lot of information on it, but what it basically says is in front of his double 2-car garage, we were going to give him a 25-foot wide opening, typical for a 2-car garage, and then he wanted to wrap around so he could turn around in his lot. So the second curb cut was going to be 22 feet wide. So that was always on the table that we were going to do. Basically, when you do this, you're only talking about 150 to 160 feet. So the majority of that sidewalk would have been removed and replaced by the time you get done with the transitions down and back up. This was a plan that was done that we wanted to do the taking in 2021. Since we did the removal of the sidewalk, we just took it and removed it to said, instead of saying a taking plan, we changed it to be a sidewalk removal plan, and it's 155 square feet. These are photos of the after we cut it, so you can see the back of the sidewalk is cut. Public Works went out there and spent a lot of time making sure that the sidewalk, when we cut it, it was accurate and it wasn't going to wave. It was a nice straight line cut. We put fill behind it. On the left-hand side, you can see we put fill behind it to match existing grade. And then on the right-hand side, you can see the asphalt down the curb cut, bringing it down to Salt Sea Lane. It's asphalt, it's a patch. The reason why Public Works left it as a patch until this time is because we wanted to see what town meeting was going to do for a final result after this article.
Oh, no, he's making this presentation. Go ahead.
So that will be corrected per the result of this town meeting. Whatever the end result is, we will go out and correct this terminus point as it goes into the Salt Sea. There'll be a tactile strip for ADA accessibility. So in conclusion, just for Article 12, as the town recommended, we just recommend indefinite postponement.
Okay, Mr. Duffney.
Thank you,
I'll
Mr.
put you on the
Moderator.
list.
Michael Duffney, Precinct 6. Like many and most of you, I've sat through this same discussion many, many times. I thought 3 years ago when it came up that we were going to resolve this. I think I'm getting a mixed message here tonight because I want to vote in favor of us doing this. And one of the things that this legislative body is really good about is we're an elected representative body, okay? And when people have a problem like this, and I have been in this gentleman's situation before 20 plus years ago, you come to town meeting for the result when you don't get it from upline. And that is one of the things that we can do. We can make this decision tonight to accommodate this gentleman, and please put this to bed once and for all. I think we've talked about it too many times, and I'm somewhat embarrassed, to be honest with you. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. O'Brien?
Can I call the question, Mr. Moderator?
No, because you already spoke. Mr. O'Brien?
If I may, I just want to follow up on some of the stuff that the DPW director mentioned. When he said we were never denied, we, in fact, couldn't put curb cuts in because we were told by the DPW directors prior to him that the sidewalk would no longer conform. Finally, now we've taken it out. And if you look at Mr. McConaughey's slides, you would have saw all that dirt. That's how much they had to take out. It was quite a bit. Now, are my slides still up here? They're up there. Okay. Let's go down to some of the backup slides. Here's the first one. This is when things get stopped. Because normally when you go to build a house, you have to have curb cuts as part of your building permit. We went to do that, and just right there. Look at the date on it. November 1995. Things stopped. We weren't allowed to do it anymore. This was the typical drawings back then. So, denied insofar as we can walk on the land back and forth, but we're denied as far as having to drive over a curb if we want to get in. And what we've done instead is swung around the private driveway of the Falmouth Housing Authority, who we tried to get into the discussion to see if we could work something out in a three-way deal. That just didn't happen either. But when I say denial, nobody was there forcing us not to jump the curb or not to come in by way of the FHA. We did. But now we want to come in legitimately, if we would.
Okay. Ms. Harris?
Which one are you looking for?
Ms. Harris?
I don't think I have that one on here. Unless it's way.
Ms. Harris, let's go.
We've also, the director mentioned letters, and we've got them from 2019, we've got them from 2007 to Ray Jack. We have them for the previous town council, Pat Harris and Frank Duffy. And it was a lot of what I call the W.C. Fields policy. Just go away, kid, you bother me. Don't bother them. They were holding out, they stonewalled. It wasn't until Peter McConaughey got involved, and he was even held up a little bit by the previous director, Ray Jack. And it wasn't until we got present town manager and present town council that we've actually got movement. And the movement was just last month, October. And we were looking at November of 95 to October of 23. That's a long time.
Okay, Ms. Harris?
I'm Mary Harris, Precinct 5. I have a question on this. If it's a positive motion on Article 12, it's asking the town to place 2 curb cuts, and that seems to be what we're discussing, but it's also asking the town to grade and sub-base the driveway as shown on the plan, and the town to do a proper survey. I'm surprised that we would be including all those things when what we're all talked about is just curb cuts.
Okay. Yep, Mr. O'Brien.
Okay. Excellent question. The first part, let's get rid of what we can. The survey, the town's gone out and surveyed it. BSS from Gifford Street has surveyed it. I've checked it out. We all seem to be in agreement. So that part's done. Yes, the grading in the subbase is what we're looking for as part of the curb cuts, because it's all a system that you drive in and out of the property with. If you just have curb cuts and you're sliding off your property into, again, safety reasons, pedestrians, motorists, we're looking to have it done and leveled out. And after 28 years, and as the town meeting member said up there, look at how much time we have invested, not only in people up here, but I personally. I am also very vested in this and would like to see it taken care of, not only because it's the right thing to do, not only because the town has had the benefit of all this time, but it just has to be done, please.
Okay, the question will come on the main motion as printed. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The chair is that the ayes have it by the majority. Article 13, Select Board for the main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I recommend the town vote Article 13 as printed.
As printed, this is to advise the Select Board to authorize urine diversion pilot project, which they have, and they put $80,000 into it. So can we just take a vote on this? Okay, all those in favor of the main motion signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it by a majority. Article 14, Finance Committee for the main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 14 as recommended.
This is the recommendation is indefinite postponement. This is for LED speed lights, $50,000 down in Woods Hole. Any positive motion on Article 14? Hearing none, the chair will enter indefinite postponement as the main motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it by a majority. Article 15. Recommendation is indefinite postponement by the Planning Board. Mr. Duffney, do you have a positive motion?
Yes, I'd like to put a positive motion on the floor, Mr. Moderator.
As printed, Mr. Duffney.
I just want to say that I will vote indefinite postponement on this, but I want everyone to know this is the idea was to help the YMCA overcome a hurdle that really it's an unnecessary hurdle for them, and it's going to really stall their project and cost them an awful lot of money. We're going to indefinitely postpone it because there was not enough time to vet it properly with the right departments of the town, and so I respectfully will offer the indefinite postponement.
Okay, so Mr. Duffney wants you to vote no. All those in favor of the main motion signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it by a majority. Article 16, Chair of the Board of Selectmen for the main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I recommend the town vote to amend the town's position classification plan as outlined in the warrant booklet.
If you all didn't hear what I declared on the last vote, the noes won because he asked you to vote no. So I just make sure everyone up here has the same information so we can get this thing done. Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Moderator, I recommend the town vote to amend the town's position classification plan as outlined in the warrant booklet.
Okay, as outlined in the chart in the recommendation of Article 16. Discussion on Article 16. Hearing none, the question will come on the main motion as recommended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it by a majority. This time, the chair would entertain a motion to go past 11 o'clock to complete this town meeting. So moved. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Then the chair is that the ayes have it by a 2/3, and I declare the time limit is suspended. Article 17. Article 17, Select Board for the main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I recommend the town vote Article 17 as printed.
As printed, this is a vote to authorize an increase of the senior citizen real property tax exemption from $500 to $1,000. Any discussion on Article 17? Hearing none, the question will come on the main motion as printed. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 18. Madam Chair, for the main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I recommend the town vote Article 18 as printed.
Article 18 as printed. This is a vote to authorize the lowering of the qualifying age from 70 to 65 for the senior citizen real property tax exemption. Any discussion on Article 18? Hearing none, the question will come on the main motion as printed. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 19. Madam Chair, for the main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I recommend that the town vote Article 19 as printed.
As printed, this is to adopt the provisions of the Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause the 41st D, increasing annually the amounts of gross receipts and whole real estate and personal as set in Clauses 41st, 41st B, and 41st C of said Section 5. Any discussion on Article 19? Hearing another question will come on the main motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 20, Madam Chair, for the main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I recommend the town vote Article 20 as printed.
As printed, this is a vote to adopt the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 37A, which provides a $500 real property tax exemption to qualified blind persons. Any discussion on Article 20? Hearing none, the question will come on the main motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. At this time, I'd recognize the Finance Chair for notifying us how much money we spent at this town meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This town meeting appropriated a total of $21,447,657.
Okay, at this time, I recognize the Chair of the Board of Select Board for the notification of our next annual town meeting.
Annual town meeting will be April 8th, 2024, here at the Lawrence School.
Okay, April 8th, 2024, 7 o'clock p.m. is our next annual town meeting. At this point, by call of the chair, we're adjourned. Good job, folks.
Please deposit your voting devices in the bins as you
Falmouth Community Television's coverage of town meeting is sponsored by the following corporate underwriters. The Steamship Authority is a proud partner in many Falmouth community events, including town meeting coverage, and for good reason. Not only do we have a terminal and offices here, about 1/3 of our employees call Falmouth their home. We always work hard to serve our neighbors, friends, and the traveling public. We recently put 7 new electric buses into service at our Falmouth parking lots. Soon we'll be adding new vessels to our fleet, continuing work on our energy-efficient Woods Hole terminal buildings, and adding solar panels at our largest parking lot. At the Steamship Authority, we're serving the islands, and you.
Welcome to the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce.
The Falmouth Chamber is dedicated to working on behalf of our members to make Falmouth a better place to live, work, and conduct business. We are committed to developing the economic, cultural, educational, and civic interests of our community and welcome the support from all organizations to achieve our combined goals. Whether you call Falmouth home, are a summer resident, or a visitor, we hope you take advantage of all that the Chamber has to offer.
Hi, I'm Bob from Crane Appliance. Since 1983, as a family-owned company, our goal has been simple, to give our neighbors of the Cape and Islands a great shopping experience. Rest easy knowing our professional team will listen to your needs and help you pick out the perfect appliances. We'll take care of everything throughout the sale, delivery, and installation process. And we even have our own in-house service department. Crane Appliance, we call the Cape and Islands home.
Carlson Printing for all your printing needs. 508-548-7303 or toll free at 1-800-696-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@aol.com. Carlson Printing for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by MegaNet Communications. MegaNet offers a wide array of internet services including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server colocation, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their #1 goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
Additional funding and support provided by the following corporate sponsors. Francisco Tavares Incorporated is proud to be celebrating 70 years providing both residential and commercial landscaping. From landscape construction, maintenance to site work for over 70 years, our professional crews deliver a full range of landscaping, masonry, and yard enhancing programs. 508-548-0911. The attorneys at Oppenheim & Nickerson LLP have provided legal services in Falmouth for over 36 years. We advocate for our clients and work to provide quality representation in the areas of business and corporate law, real estate law, estate planning, and estate administration. 508-548-8255. Hamilton Tree and Landscape has been proudly serving Falmouth and the Upper Cape since 1978. Our newest location on Route 151 is now open for all landscaping and tree concerns. Appreciating your property is our motto as we continue to keep your tree and landscaping needs our top priority. At A&A Paving, we believe in providing customers with quality products supported by excellent service. We provide commercial and residential seal coating, asphalt paving, and repair services for Cape Cod and southeastern Mass. A&A Paving, 508-540-4944. Liam McGuire's Irish Pub. With a newly renovated dining room, it's what an Irish pub should be. Main Street, downtown Falmouth.
Eastman's has been Falmouth's hardware store since 1913. With a newly added retail space providing kitchen accessory and gourmet foods, our friendly staff is available to assist you with your hardware and kitchen needs. 508-548-0407.
Carpet Barn, Carpet One Home Showcase, a local family-owned business offering all your premier carpet and flooring needs. They also feature tile and vinyl floors, area rugs, window treatments, and kitchen and bathroom cabinetry, serving you at 4 convenient locations. FCTV is also supported by the following businesses and organizations. Main Street Gallery, Fine Arts and Real Estate, 189 Main Street. Dogs and Hogs, 781 Main Street. Smoked turkey orders available, tailgate options and more, ample parking in back. Grassi Septic Solutions, 508-548-7500. J. Miller Picture Framer, 681 Falmouth Road, 508-539-3888. The Annie Hart Cool Team, Sotheby's International Realty, 508-868-0664. Dalpy Excavation Incorporated, 508-548-9788. info@dalpyexcavation.com. Village Lamp and Repair Shop, 508-274-2057. Every lighthouse needs a keeper. friendsofnobscot.org. Martha's Vineyard Bank, 84 Main Street and 397 Palmer Avenue, Falmouth, 2 Water Street, Woods Hole, 508-627-4266. Barrett Plumbing and Heating, 10 Edgerton Drive, North Falmouth, 508-495-3525. The Falmouth EDIC, falmouthedic.org, 508-548-7440. Partners Technology, bringing people and technology together. 781-930-5000. Wacoit Congregational Church, 15 Parsons Lane, Wacoit, 508-548-5269. Soares Flower Garden Nursery, 508-548-5288. M. Duffney Builders, 508-540-3625. Neighborhood Falmouth, helping seniors age in place, currently looking for volunteers. Danny's Barbershop, 508-548-6013. David Rogers Electric, 508-274-2057. Murray and McDonald Insurance, 800-800-8990. Chapman Funerals and Cremations, 508-540-4172. Hanush Jewelers, 352 Main Street, downtown Falmouth, 508-548-9107. Mahoney's Garden Center, 508-548-4842. The Cape Cod 5, 668 Main Street, 508-457-5252. Steve's Pizzeria and More, 374 Main Street, Falmouth, 508-457-9454. Additional support provided by Roach Brothers, Stop and Shop, and Windfall Market.